is time for the tier list. We have an enormous tier list ahead of us, so we need to get into it right away. There's the tier maker. So we're going to be doing this in order where the fights lie within the game. So we're going to start with Realm Reborn, and let's just get right into this. The very first dungeon in the game, Sestasha. What does everybody think for that?
I put that in D.
Fair enough. I put it in C. I think for a dungeon where you have no abilities, I think they did fine.
Yeah, I think Sestasha is solidly okay.
Yeah, it's
I think not... C or D are reasonable.
Yeah, I put it in C. Seems like we're all kind of on the same page, so let's just move on there. Next will be Tamtara. For me, I put it right next to Sestasha for exactly the same reasons. I think the environment is pretty cool in there. Like, I do think it has a positive in terms of like...
It looks really cool, but then like the actual... everything about the encounters to me is a little bit underwhelming for how cool the environment is. So I think I'm gonna give that one a D.
Sounds good.
But like barely.
You were gonna say something, Lauren Prottle?
Oh, I was gonna let Prottle go ahead because I had already given my opinion on Sestasha, so I thought I would let Prottle give an opinion and then I will give my opinion on Tamtara.
Okay, Prottle, you're permitted to give one opinion. No.
Yep, one opinion is permitted.
I mean, I played the game back when these things were the very first things you did, and whatever. Then they revamped them and everything. There's still some elements, at least for Tamtara, that from that first thing that I really liked. Like the ad phase on the last boss is a very good way to get people to learn, teach people how to do things before they added in, what is it now? The novice hall
thing, I do
think
that
C rank around that.
Yeah, I did appreciate that one part of the last fight where it kind of teaches people you can't just always DPS the boss.
Yeah.
So it seems like we're all kind of in a similar page.
I put Tamtara as a B.
Ooh, the spicy take.
So, well, it's a combination, right? Like, it's got an interesting layout with you having to, go and get the things to unlock the next step of the dungeon. It's got that teaching phase. It's one of the few early dungeons before they started this, 2 packs and then wall, where you can kind of reasonably gather a couple of packs and do like a couple big pulls without being like completely overwhelmed to that low level without AoE. And I think the aesthetic is really interesting. It could probably do with a bit of a rework these days, but overall I think it's pretty solid for an early game and early in the life of the game designed dungeon.
Yeah, I think the for both Sestasha and Tamtara, my problems with them are more problems with the class design at that level, because they just can't do that much with them. So like they did as much as they could with Tamtara and Sestasha, but what do you do when you only have one class that can heal?
See, part of my problem with Sestasha, it is the only dungeon that I got to the very first time I played the game. So I have an instinctive dislike of it from...
That's fair.
From remembering that...
That is fair.
First failed attempt play.
Your first experience with the game was not that positive.
No.
And I was honestly gonna say the same thing that you just did, Alesh, where it's like, most of my problem with these early dungeons isn't so much with the dungeons themselves as the fact that they're just Because
they're
of class
so
design,
afraid.
they are so boring to do.
Yeah, they're so afraid to give classes early abilities, which I think they need to. I think they should consider changing. Like, I would love to see the FF14 team go back and do a revisit of the leveling curves of like every class from 1 to the
I
end.
really feel like every class should have an AoE by 20.
Yeah,
Just
but yeah, that's essentially why I'm putting Temtara and Sestasha in C. I'm not willing to go higher than that because there's just not enough to the game at that point to justify giving them a higher tier for me. But I do agree with Alora that like they did as much as they could for Temtara.
yeah.
On the subject though, I will say, here we have the first dungeon where the redesign made a massive change in how I see the dungeon. The next dungeon, Copperbell Mines, I am putting in the B tier. I was almost tempted to put it in the A tier, but I have to mark it down just because the aesthetic's not very good, and again, there's not that much you can do with classes that early.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
post-redesign, Copperbell is the perfect learning dungeon.
Yeah, it is so much better than it used to be, for sure.
Yeah.
It used to be that Copperbell was probably my least favorite dungeon.
Pre-rework, Copperbell
Absolutely.
would have been an F. It would not have been my least favorite because Copperbell Hard and Pharaoh Sirius and a few others exist.
Mhm.
There are some that they did even worse than old Copperbell, but new Copperbell is actually really good. It is a really, really well-designed learning dungeon, and I'm so happy that they made one of the early dungeons into the "we are going to teach you the game" dungeon.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
also have Copperbell as a B for much the same reason. Like, it's such a good learning dungeon, but the story of it is not great.
And it's really not very pretty aesthetically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did,
Sorry, Pablo? What were you saying?
what did they change in Copperbell? Because I
Everything.
so do you still fight the giant slime?
You do
or
fight the giant slime, but it's not the same fight anymore.
Yeah, it
It's
is
now
completely
a pretty
different.
standard mechanics check. Like it's
okay,
got like AoEs you have to dodge, and it's got like
I'm
And
getting-
It's not undamageable until you get it to a certain point.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you
yeah.
technically
If you've
could
never
damage
done
it,
Copperbell since the redesign, just go queue up for it one time.
no,
It's
I've done
really
it.
worth
I've just got hard and normal mixed
Oh yeah, hard as a train wreck.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
because I'm
Sorry for
sitting
the
here
spoilers
remembering
to anybody who is wondering, but
Spriggan.
Copperbell Hard is a train wreck.
yeah, before the redesign, Copperbell Mines. I liked the slime fight. I didn't like the last boss fight because people get focused on the boss, and the two walls to the side would break open, and then you get swamped by 5 or 6 dudes that would just nearly wipe you out if you're not paying enough attention.
Yeah,
Or
as
would
we've
we-
outscaled it, that's become less of a problem. Or that had become
Yeah.
less of a problem.
I don't think I ever had the mobs show up. Maybe
Yeah,
like
I think
one.
maybe one mob show up once in a while. Yeah,
Yeah.
in my experience, but but that's part of the problem. Like, I would almost say that's part of the problem with Sestasha. Like, it didn't really get much of a rework, so
No,
like
it
you still
didn't.
don't get to see the mechanics that are supposed to be in the dungeon.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why my Sestasha is so low.
enough.
They kind of could have done with a bit of a rejig. Yeah, new Copperbell is good.
New Copperbell, yeah.
I
it's-
enjoyed it.
New Copperbell is one of my top 5 dungeons from Realm Reborn. Like, it is right up there as the best they have in ARR. Let's move on to the opposite, though, and I'm pretty sure I know where we're all ranking this next one. Halatali. Are we all just
Halatali.
Are we all just in
Halatali is-
agreement that that's a fucking F? Like, can we
Yeah,
just move
it's
on?
It's not interesting.
Yeah.
Only reason to do it is hunting log.
Yeah, it's not interesting. It's at a bad level range. The fights just aren't fun. There's just nothing positive about that. It's got a
Yeah,
shitty aesthetic. The story's not good. Like, it's terrible. Okay, we're all in agreement. let's move on.
Next would be what, 1,000 Maws?
1,000 Maws of Totorak. Have we all done it since the redesign?
I've done it once.
Okay. Who wants to start with 1,000 Maws of Totorak?
D.
That's D as in Delta?
D is in Delta.
Yeah.
It was very nearly an F, but I like it more than Halatali.
That's
so.
kind of my thought too. Is it's so my thought on Totorak is it's not terrible. It's just there's nothing to it. There's no the fights. There's no fights. Like there's no bosses except the final boss.
Yeah,
It's
they
another
took
one
out.
that's just not really interesting.
Yeah, there's like it's the old version of it. It's funny because like the old version of it, even though it was obtuse and there was so many awkward things in it, and there were so many. It was at least an experiment in trying a different type of dungeon, so I probably would have put the old version as like a C, just for like the creativity of them being willing to be like, no, we want to try something different. The new version, they took out all the stuff that was even remotely interesting, but didn't add in any boss fights. If they had added in new boss fights for Totorak...
New Totorak is very pretty. Like, visually, the new dungeon design, like the lighting coming in through the caverns, is beautiful. But the whole dungeon previously, right? It was the puzzles of collecting the little light things.
Yeah, the light flies or whatever.
And then like doing the mini bosses once you'd collected all of the little orbs. And they removed the orbs, but didn't actually made it a pack, 2-pack mini boss, 2-pack mini boss, 2-pack boss. But there were no mini bosses. They left the same.
They also got rid of like the other thing that was interesting about Totorak way back in the day, and this is going back to probably only Proddle would remember this, but there were so many optional treasure chests in that place that if you were leveling up alts, that place was the best place to go to get gear around that level.
Yeah, the 2 different paths that you can take.
And yeah, like all the paths.
Lots of treasure tucked away.
There were treasure chests tucked in the little side rooms. Like there were so many treasure chests in there. When they did the treasure redesign, they got rid of half of them, and when they did the dungeon redesign, they got rid of the rest of them.
Yeah.
That was the other thing that really kind of made Totorak actually feel special. It's like, you came out of there, no matter how bad your roll luck was, you almost certainly got something. Okay. So, are we content with we're all saying that's a D?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did they
got no issue with that.
Did it still have the slowing effect on the floors? I don't remember.
I think at a small part there was a little bit of it, but most of it's gone, if not all of it.
Yeah, I don't like the slowing effect.
The slowing effect was frustrating.
Yeah, I feel like that was kind of in line with like how a lot of early WoW dungeons were, where they were just trying things, and it wasn't a good one, but at least they were trying different things.
But on the subject of them trying new things and it actually working, our next dungeon, Hawk Manor. Are we all in agreement that this dungeon was like the high point of your leveling experience from 1 to 50?
That's definitely when everything started to change, at least. You started getting into your actual job identity.
Yep, it was the first dungeon after you got your job stone. It was... The atmosphere in that place was, oh my god, so cool. Like, I still remember the pan-in screen the very first time I went into Hawk Manor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they still have some of the elements in there too, where you go and pick up the keys. So, and sorry,
yeah,
Elaine,
it had that puzzle aspect that I was talking about that they took away from Totorak.
Yeah.
With having to make sure you had enough keys, you picked up enough as you went around, you went through the right doors and stuff like that. But with like the kind of like gothic old haunted house aesthetic.
And good fights.
Like, that's the first one that they had where you had to switch between the two bosses. One had to die before the other one.
The two targets.
You should use your interrupt.
Yeah, the final boss was one of the few fights where people actually were encouraged to use a limit break.
Yep. Yeah,
because
limit
using a
break.
caster or a ranged limit break to kill the ads was almost essential back in like original ARR days when you were first doing Hawk Manor. The healing check got so hard if you didn't kill those ads real quickly, so it was generally considered it was almost required to do an AoE limit break on those ads. But even still, like at this point, the new fights are also still really cool. Like they redesigned them and they got rid of some of the stuff that made them unique, but the stuff they replaced it with is still very good for like a fight at that level.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
like
feel like
the
they made it
redesign
smoother for
style.
where
Yeah.
you are at that point.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
and this is a little bit of a spoiler for the rest of the tier list, but Hawk Manor is my favorite dungeon from ARR. It's in the B tier still because I don't think there's a lot of I don't think it's deserving of like A tier because like there's such good dungeons in this game, but it is the best dungeon in ARR. It is so good.
It would be very hard to justify giving it an A with some of the stuff we're gonna get to later.
Yeah, but it is like there's maybe one other dungeon in ARR that comes close to Hawk Manor, but like everything else is like that is the pinnacle of ARR dungeon design there.
Fair enough. I did give it an A, so
Fair enough.
fuck all y'all.
I can see why you would give it
Yeah,
an A.
no, I fought
just
with that.
Personally,
I was
Yeah, no. Just
like
joking.
my initial thought was A, but then when I started getting into the lit stuff that I actually put in the A tier later, I was like, yeah, I think I have to knock this down one step.
Now, see, I was pretty sparse with my A tier, so there are not very many.
Fair enough. Yeah,
Dungeons actually
honestly, I
in
think A
A.
is actually my most sparse tier. Which is kind of funny. I think I might actually have one more
Yeah.
S tier than I have A tier.
I mean, like, I feel like most things should be in like C.
Yeah, B and C
C is
should be the
average,
most populous
yeah.
tiers. Yeah. We ready to move on, or Proddle, did you have something you wanted to add?
No.
Then our next dungeon is Brayflox's Long Stop.
F.
Gobby cheese. Gobby cheese.
I'm putting it in D. I can see why you
I
would put
really
it in F,
don't
though.
mind Brayflox's. It's not great, but
So
it's not bad.
I do have a high opinion of the final fight of Brayflox. The dragon, like between the fact that the dragon like interrupts what looks like the final boss, and then flies away, and then you go hunt him down in his lair. Like I think that's pretty cool.
I also do like the changes that they made to that fight. I think they did a decent job with the update.
That was what I was gonna say. Is like if it was old Brayflox, I would agree with the F marker. It was the worst dungeon to navigate in the game, and every single time I ran it, like no matter even when I was running it with experienced people, Brayflox's Long Stop was like a prelude to what's it called, Orumvale.
Orumvale. Now, see, part of what I just like is like the only good thing in that in a tank was like as a tank was needing a little bit of skill to get through that like swampy area,
True. Yeah.
and like they kind of took that away, so now there's just nothing.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's fair.
I can see,
Yeah.
especially from like a tank perspective, not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and like I went through the redesign like on our ults where I'm tanking, so like
My notes for this one, I have like brief notes for a lot of them, not all of them. My notes for this one are awkward dungeon, awkward fights, final boss pretty good.
fair.
Yeah, that track.
It's also don't really like the goblins.
Yeah, that's true. Proddle, do you have anything to add?
Like, yeah, you can disagree with me if you like. You don't.
Yeah,
have to
you're
always
allowed to
agree.
love Brayflox, dude. We're not gonna stop you.
Yeah.
I just like going in there and saving the gobbies because they're funny as hell.
Fair enough. Where did you put it in the end?
Where did I put it? Let's see.
Fair enough. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I won't
Yeah.
argue with a C for it.
Yeah, you know,
I'd put
yeah,
D
I was kind of
myself,
between
but-
D and C
Oh, and
myself for that one.
if you like the goblin aspect of it and you find them entertaining, then
Yeah.
like yeah, by all means. I do not like them, so that like probably dropped it down a bit. Plus, as I said, the like original Brave Fox would probably be a D, but they took away the one semi-interesting thing and left all the rest, which dropped it down to me for an F.
So for the next dungeon, let's let Proddle go first, because he's been struggling to get
Yeah.
a word in edgewise. For Sunken Temple of
Sunken
Karn.
Temple? F.
Fair enough.
I hate that place.
I put it in D myself, but I would not disagree with an F. My notes for it almost make it sound like an F. My note is just garbage, sorry, some interesting lore and visuals.
Yeah, that's about it. And then, of course, it was the first time they introduced the one-shot kill mechanic for
Yep.
things, and you had to race down. Yeah,
The final sting was awful back in the day. It's still bad now, but it was awful back in the day. And then the Doom mechanic on the first boss was frustrating as hell. Nobody could figure that thing out. Like, it's been 10 years and people haven't figured out how to stand on a glowing platform.
Yep. Yeah, I'm definitely like low D into F territory on this one.
Yeah. Okay. We're all in agreement on this one then. It's hovering the line between D and F.
You three are in agreement on
Oh,
that.
Laura,
I rated it C because it's got that kind of puzzly aspect that I like. I like the Doom and the final sting and having to actually like do
Fair
more
enough.
than just stand there spamming DPS buttons. Like,
fair
I
enough.
just, my biggest issue with it is more that these things are not well telegraphed at any point.
The other thing that I think holds it back for me is most of the puzzles in there, now that you mention that, like, most of the puzzles in there were punitive to get wrong, but people generally were okay with getting them wrong instead of actually doing them. Like,
Yeah.
the general attitude of the public was, screw it, just click the wrong answer and we'll go. And like,
yeah.
and like, but like, if you do it right, you get 2 treasure chests and don't have to kill that pack, but nope, do it wrong and we'll go.
Yeah, that's basically
no.
my experience too.
yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. Like, you guys could probably talk me down to a D, especially because, you know, it has some scaling issues it could do with some marker updates, but because it's an optional dungeon, it didn't get any of that.
Yeah, that's another
Rework.
thing, is like, I wish they would go back
But
for
it's
something.
part of that kind of Totorak era of puzzly dungeons that I kind of wish
I do
they
kind of
hadn't
miss
moved
some
quite
of
so away from.
Yeah.
I do miss the, like, as I said, not just like running to the wall and hitting your DPS buttons.
It's true,
Like,
yeah, there are some interesting things in there that I wish that they would take another stab at and do better. Like, I think there's some good ideas in there. I don't... That's why it's
this-
not an F, I
honestly-
think, for me, is there's some good things about it.
Honestly, thinking about it a little bit more too, it's less problems with the dungeon and more problems with how
People?
people run it.
I think that's true, too. Karn's problem is more people than the dungeon in a lot of ways.
yeah.
The second boss in there, that's the one where you have to kill the soul stone on the golem, or kill the golem, or one way or the other.
Yeah, you kill the
Yeah.
stone, then the golem then the golem becomes vulnerable, then you damage it, then it reforms, and then you kill the...
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
he-
pretty entertaining for a fight.
Yeah,
I do feel like it would be interesting if they did stuff with that where it wasn't like a hard at 50% it reforms, and like as you outgear it and your damage gets better, you can one phase it.
so you can cut a phase out now, but you need to have people who, like, you need to have a healer who puts their dot on both cards, and you need to have like classes that have some AoE, like if you have like a dancer and stuff like that. Because like if you do a little bit of extra damage, because like it's not hard percentage, it's that it starts reforming at the percentage. So if you're fast enough at DPS, you can get a little bit extra in, and it's possible to cut a phase off. But yeah, no, I think the more we talk about it, the more I think it's like at the top of the D tier for me. Like as we've been saying, like the problem with it is more people and how they
People.
approach it than the dungeon itself. But it's still, you have to do the dungeon with people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate aspect.
Yeah, this one's not part of the duty support
Nope,
thing.
it's an optional, and so is the
I
next one.
would love to see a rework of Khan where it's like better tuned, better telegraphed, and that last fight is tuned so that you actually have to do the fucking mechanics.
I would love to see them redo all of the optional ARR dungeons. Just all of them.
Yeah.
Because so many of
Yeah.
the ARR dungeons are, like the optional ARR dungeons, the problem is they were designed at a point when the FF14 team didn't know how to make dungeons. And occasionally that worked out, but a lot of the time it didn't.
Yeah, they hadn't settled on their style or figured out what worked for them, yeah. And it definitely shows.
For our next dungeon, are we all agreed on F? That would be Cutter's Cry.
Yes. Got his cry
Yeah,
as an
Cutter's
ad.
Cry is pretty.
Fuck Dragon's Voice and whatever.
Yeah,
it is.
Dragon's
Ram's
voice
voice.
and Ram's voice.
All the
Fuck,
way to
it's
the F tier.
it's filled with bugs. That would be an automatic F anyway,
Let's
but
just move on from it unless somebody has
The only
to differentiate.
Only
I
reason
don't
to do it is
completely
hunting
hate it,
log.
but it's not good.
Dreary atmosphere, annoying mechanics, nothing good to say.
yeah, I think it had some potential with like how on a lot of the levels you have two different directions you can go.
If only those two different directions had actually mattered other than one option.
Yeah.
Best.
Like yeah, that's why like the interesting potential. Like one side got you a treasure chest, one side had one less mob. So, you know, picked treasure versus a slightly fast fight. Yeah, I wish they'd done a bit more in it, but it's filled with bugs, so you know, burn it to the ground. Fuck that.
Fair. Okay, let's move on. Unless Prodle, do you have anything to dissent?
Nope.
This next dungeon, I feel like there's going to be some dissent, though. I feel like some people we're going to disagree. Stone Vigil.
B.
Stone Vigil. Why did I write Stone Vigil? I actually also put Stone Vigil as a B.
I'll save mine for last then. You guys explain how you feel.
I quite liked everything in that. I mean, it's one of the major turning points in the story at that point. Sid's getting his head back right, and you're going to find an airship, and that's always a high point of Final Fantasies when you get your airship.
There. Laura?
The fights pre rework were okay-ish, except for the second one where you were in the enclosed area and had to deal with the cannons. In the
I
small
miss the
little.
cannons.
But I love the new version of the second fight, where it's in the open area and you can actually see out, and you can actually. Oh damn! Sorry, hit the mic.
No problem. We didn't actually hear.
That's surprising. But yeah, you can see out, and you can see Ishgard in the background.
Okay. Alara, what's your
So I will say, even with the remake, the mobs are not very well tuned, which does make it kind of a bit of a slog, a tricky one. I'm not sure quite what the right word is. I'm looking for, especially as a healer, but like also as a tank.
Yep.
I think it again, it's one of those ones with like an interesting layout that's not just a straight corridor with a wall. Like there's some treasure hidden if you go out your way. You know, there's some tricks to, you know, taking less damage as you go by like
in this
not
game how
standing
few
in the
people
fire.
are willing to go out of the way to get the treasure chest.
Yep.
I know, I love treasure.
Yep.
Like I think that with the rework, some of those fights are now like good learning fights, like that last dragon fight, like that strafing effect. They use all the fucking time. Like they even used it in Thalia that we were just in. You know, they used it in Nia. So I think it's like a good learning fight from that aspect. I would say like the first two bosses are maybe just kind of like filler these days, and I miss the cannons. And the level is awkward, but I just overall I like it. I guess is
enough.
kind of my general feel.
Lane, where do you set the same?
I don't have a terribly strong opinion about this one. I agree that since the rework, a lot of the fights are good learning fights. But anytime I ever got it leveling was just like, okay.
I have it as a D. So for me, now, one thing I will say, I leveled as a healer. I spent a lot of my time as a healer. And this fight this dungeon is the worst tuned dungeon in the game.
Yeah, it was
is
not fun
horrible.
leveling healers in
Yeah,
there. I
it
will
is
100%
horrible.
give you that.
It is like you have no tools yet, but the game treats it like you do, and it's just
And a lot of people are just really bad at that one as
Yep.
well.
The biggest thing for me though, like that's the big thing for me. It's just so frustrating to heal in that dungeon that I cannot like it. I do like the aesthetic, and as Portal said, I think it sits at a very good place in the story. I remember the first time I went through it as a Dragoon. I didn't care about any of the balance issues. We wiped once or twice, but that's fine. It's fine. So I enjoyed it my first time through. Every time subsequent after I swapped to a healer, I hated it.
Yeah.
Yeah, my first few exposures to it were as DPS. It took me a while to actually start leveling a healer. Though I do remember leveling Astro and getting that, and it was awful.
And Astro had it the best, better than any other healer too.
Yeah, and like I did it like long after we,
Yeah, because like it's one of those. It sits at that point
started
where like.
to.
So like
Yeah,
it sits at that
make
point
it
where like your
tolerable.
basic healing tools aren't quite enough, but you don't have your advanced healing tools. Like when I did that as Scholar, for example, that was the first dungeon where my fairy was not enough on its own.
Yeah.
But I didn't have anything else to use. And like on White Mage, like that was the first dungeon where like Cure 2 was not cutting it, but I didn't have anything else. So yeah, that I cannot.
That's very
I
fair.
expected everybody to rank it highly, so I'm not surprised by that. But like I hated it. Like my notes are poor balance makes dungeon frustrating. If not for numbers issues, it would be a pretty good dungeon post redesign.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with that. I give it a solid, a high C, personally. Like not bad, but things still in that early phase where a lot of things could be done better.
Yeah, but yeah, for that dungeon is a nightmare for healers. And if you're ever, this goes for anyone listening as well. If you're ever tanking in that dungeon, take it easy on your healer. Just single pack.
Well, the problem is, just like a healer doesn't have many tools, tanks don't have many cooldowns either.
Just single pull.
You have one.
You'll
cooldown,
add like 2 minutes
which
to the
will
total dungeon time, but
percentage will vary by what tank you are. And then you've got your
Rampart, I think, and
yeah, your roll one, and you've got your knockback resist.
Yeah, dungeon tools aren't like the tank tools aren't very good either.
That's it. You
So,
can't rotate through your cooldowns because you don't have enough to actually rotate.
Just my advice would be if you're ever tanking for that dungeon, unless you have a healer that like you know really well, like if I'm healing for you and you're tanking it, at this point, fine, just go ahead and pull however much you want. I'll make it work. But like if you have a healer you don't know, just single pack it. It's gonna add like 2 minutes to the total dungeon time, but the healer will be grateful for it. Especially if the healer has the little new player symbol next to it. God, don't scare them off. Just single pack. But let's. Does anybody have any final thoughts, or have we said our pieces?
No.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm rated at B, but you could probably talk me down to a C. That's fine.
Then Zamail Darkhold.
I have that as a C.
Yeah.
They tried to do something interesting with like the door like stand in the circly things. They tried to keep that with the rework, but it just kind of it feels really awkwardly populated, awkwardly leveled. I don't there's something not quite right about it, but it's not bad either. Like
Those are your points are pretty much exactly what I was gonna say, but I mark it as a D because of that. So yeah, you basically summed
I
it
mean,
up for me.
it's not
works
it,
for me
it's
for this
not it's
one.
not difficult. There's nothing I particularly dislike about it. It's just kind of awkward, so I just put it as like average.
Yeah, I kind of sit it like in the same category as like Totorak, where like there's not anything that's like super bad about it, but there's just not anything like super good about it either. I don't have anything. I don't have anything to say about it that's like, oh my god, worst dungeon ever. But there's also nothing to counteract the fact that there's nothing to say awful about it to make me go, yes, this was really cool about this. So,
Yeah.
so I just put it in D. Roddle?
Yeah.
I just remember it being a pain in the behind to try and get a duty finder for it.
Yep.
This is before I had, people to do anything with. I had to rely on duty finders, so
for a while,
I put it to
wanted
D.
To run that.
So yeah.
Yeah. For a while, it was a very unpopular dungeon because of its level. It just wasn't.
And then they found out the sexy metal bikini was in there.
That was the one reason anybody wanted to do it, for sure.
I mean, fair.
All right. Lane, did you have any last thoughts?
No, not really. You guys really covered it already.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next is
Awkward
next
stuff
is
about it.
everybody's favorite dungeon, which I'm actually probably going to surprise people with, Aurum Vale. I have Aurum Vale as a C.
Surprise you guys too.
I have Aurum Vale as a C.
I have Aurum Vale as an F.
Aurum Vale, for me, I think it's a kind of in the same category as like Karn for me, where the problem is the people, not the dungeon. I think there's some really interesting stuff in there. I think it's a neat dungeon. I think every game needs one of those like, this is where the poison lives dungeons.
I think the thing with Aurum Vale that makes most people hate it is it's the first dungeon that like really makes you take personal accountability for getting through it.
Yeah. It's also the other thing that people hate is that the biggest difficult part is the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, the first room is brutal.
I like that first pull. Again, it's getting back to like the reason why I like is it Khan?
Like
because there's some the Dusk Vigil, because there's some like intelligence needed in your tanking. You can't just grab everything and run to the wall.
Agreed. I actually like that pull. Every time I
actually, you know what? It probably shouldn't be in an F. I was probably just being salty and like Aurum Vale. Ugh.
Everybody has bad memories of Aurum Vale, but none of them are because the dungeon is bad. It's just
and like I like that first boss, especially now that they changed the markers to match later markers. Like that like rolling earthquake kind of mechanic is one they use a lot. Like we see it all the time in maps.
Yeah.
So like it's a good learning experience from that perspective. Yeah, I don't. And like the bosses with the debuffs that you have to clear off, that's a mechanic they don't really use. But so that one isn't as useful. It's very unique.
Yeah.
But yeah, no one ever fucking does it right.
Yeah, and like the when you think about Aurum Vale, the bad memories you have are because, we wiped on the first pack, half the group left, and we couldn't find replacements.
So I will also say, though, like, the visuals of the game are very important to me. Not, like, how pretty the game is, but Aurum Vale has, like, very foggy graphics. Like, there's some kind of, like, overlay in it to make it, like, that poison cloud look that does kind of bother my eyes. I am very headache prone and sensitive to like
that is very
light and weird
Yeah,
stuff like that. So it does bother my eyes. And like when I think of Aurum Vale, like the whole thing is slightly out of focus.
That's fair. That is 100% fair. I can totally see where that comes from. But yeah, like so that's why I rank Aurum Vale as a C. Is like I actually think it's got some interesting fights in it. I have the same horrible memories of it everyone else does, but I don't. But like, I don't actually blame those on the dungeon.
Yeah,
yeah,
I
you
think
guys have convinced me to bump it up to a D.
the thing that separates, for me, Aurum Vale from, like, Temple of Karn is that, like, it's easier to intuit what you're supposed to do in Aurum Vale.
Yeah.
People just refuse to do it.
Yeah, they refuse to stop and think about what they need to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Prodel, have you said everything you want to say about Aurum Vale?
It's more well. One little thing about the environments, at least for the first times or whatever, you have to pay. Just keep your eyes peeled as you're running through the first room. Watch out for the gas puffs, and if the tank stops like a few steps behind it, behind where you last saw it go off, don't stand right next to the dang tank because you're going to get blasted off.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
that's one
stuff.
frustrating thing about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's very you have to like have gone through there. It's not a good dungeon to do the first time through, 100%. And I think things like that, some of the stuff that's very punishing to learn, is the reason why I don't like rank it higher. Like there's parts of it that I would actually consider to be like a B.
It's like it's the first room and the first boss that have that right. I don't think I've seen it in anything else or any deeper in there.
You're right. It's the first section that has that. I think there's a little bit of it near the last boss, but it's off the main path, so nobody ever goes to it.
Yeah, the rest of the dungeon is kind of like flying insects after that, and there's a bit before the last boss where, like, if you're careful, you can pull certain packs rather than pulling the entire room.
Yeah, there's some
because
parts
you
where...
pull the entire room, it's going to be a fucking pain in the ass.
And that's another thing I really
people
like. I really love the fact that, like, there's actually, because, like, this is, you guys all know this, but, like, when I played WoW, my initial WoW character was a hunter, and I prided myself on being extremely good at pulling. So, like, it was kind of neat to have one dungeon in FF14 where, like, that skill felt useful.
Yeah. What are you gonna say, Lane?
I'm good. It wasn't anything important.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay, let's move on to Castrum Meridianum.
Yes. What did I put that? Okay, I put that as a C.
Yeah, Castrum's not bad.
It's fine. The rework makes it shorter, but
Exactly.
did take out some of the cleverness around, like, moving around mobs and having to, like, kill the mobs to get the bombs to blow up the stuff. Now it's just okay, just, you know,
It's a standard.
skip
pull
that
to the
section
boss.
entirely.
Or pull to the boss,
Yeah.
pull to the boss. But I do think that, like, the fights are somewhat interesting. The story elements of it are decent. And
Yeah, I do like the way they reworked Livia.
Yes.
I think her
Yeah,
name's Livia.
I feel
the
like
last
Livia
boss.
is like the first real boss that you fight, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the first time where the mechanics feel in line with a lot of what you'll experience later in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see that. Anything you want to add, Prodel?
I miss Sid. Well, no, he's still in the mech. I just miss getting to deal with him more in the mech as we go through and just blow up.
Yeah, they definitely streamlined that dungeon almost too much, but at the same time, the old version of it was a nightmare. Like, the old CM was fun the first time you went through it. If you went through it with people who were, like, on the same page about it.
Well,
But-
yeah, shit. They did change that at one point where you had to sit through the cutscenes, and that's what drug it out to be 45 minutes.
Yep. But like the cutscenes are so important to the story that like I
Yeah.
disagree with that as an idea. But yeah, it's a tough one. But yeah, I think it's okay. Anyone have any last thoughts on CM, or are we all just settled it's okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
But that's fine.
Our next one is Praetorium. Lane, do you want to open the discussion on this one?
Praetorium is a lot less miserable than it used to be.
That's true.
And with
having-
fingers.
But it's still like it's not that exciting. I like Castrum better personally.
Interesting. I did not expect that take.
I kind of I don't know. I like the last fight with Gaius, but the rest just kind of feels not terribly exciting to me.
Okay. Interesting. Cool.
I'm good with like SC on this one. It's all right. It doesn't offend me.
Laura, you have
Mine is also a C. It's fine. The rework is fine. Gaia still has his magical girl transformation, which is really the important part of that dungeon.
That's true.
That's fact.
Throttle?
Big stompy mech. Much fun with that. Sid's boyfriend's in there.
That's true.
Sid's ex-husband.
I do like the Nero fight.
So yeah, I got that. Just because I like mechs, it's B. Because yeah,
I'm although for different reasons, I'm with you there. I've got it in a B as well. I think the redesign just really hit the nail perfectly for what this dungeon, what it should be. So for me, it just sits right up there in the B tier. I like it a lot. I think the fights are fun enough. I think now that it's been shortened, it's not a daunting experience to do. And it's just a nice, satisfying chunk of content to do once in a while. And I'm happy with that now.
I can definitely agree with that. Compared to old Praetorium, it is much better. And if we were rating old Praetorium, I would probably give it a D.
Yeah, Old Praetorium would be a D for me.
Yeah, Ultra Praetorium would be a D.
And
got
Old
that
CM would
long.
be an F for me, to be honest.
It was nice for watching a YouTube video,
Yeah.
but that's about it.
It was good for earning event tombstones while watching YouTube. That was the
Yeah.
key to Praetorium before.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, I think we've all said our piece on Praetorium. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm liking the fact that there's little bits of disagreement here. I'm really appreciating that. Wanderer's Palace. The first Wanderer's Palace, not hard.
I put that as a C.
yeah, I got it a C.
Right there with you.
It's
Yeah, I'm
another
good
one
with
of
that.
those. They tried to do something interesting with it, with like the lanterns and like the oil and the Tonberry chasing you, but it doesn't really feel like much of anything these days. Like nothing is a threat.
Yeah, I will
Um,
say that doing it back in the day, that Tonberry was terrifying.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That
I'm
was-
sure like that was probably terrible. But like even
was-
when I did it the
It was
first
super
time,
tense back in the day.
we outgeared it enough that it wasn't like that tense, ominous factor that it's supposed to be. So like I think maybe if they retuned it to make that more threatening,
I think
like,
if you did it
that
at min
could be
eye
really
level,
cool.
like maybe if you went in there at like min eye level, it would work. Still.
And then the bosses, they're just nothing. They're just
Yeah, same. Bosses are nothing. Lane, I don't believe you have.
I'm kind of a similar mind to you guys on this one. It's all right. Again, not offensive, but not.
I do
Not
still
great.
have the fond memory of the Tonberry chasing you down, being horrifying. So like I'm giving it some good ambiance notes on that, and I also think in general actually the ambiance of this place is great.
I was actually gonna say, like, I love the design for like the background of the dungeon, like the ruined like palace, like the backstory of the Tonberries is really interesting in a kind of macabre body horror way.
Yeah. I mean, is it really macabre horror if they went from being Lalafels to Tonberries? I think that's an improvement.
Yeah.
I feel like they might disagree.
I mean, yeah, but Proddle?
They're wrong. And
Any
that's
last
okay.
words, Proddle? Or
Any last words?
I don't know.
don't worry, I'm not behind you with a knife. Don't turn around. It's fine.
Oh my!
Blush is a Tonberry.
Don't threaten me with good time. Yeah, no. Okay, well, it was always a bit more difficult to get a party for that place. Really.
Yeah. Any of the level 50
So-
ones were always hard.
And it was part of that place was one of the dungeons you had to run for your relic too. So.
Yep.
Yeah. There was a reason to run it, but then again, there was nobody that really wanted to run it because of the time limited factor for the Tonberry just coming up and wrecking your butt. Yeah, it's good for what it was.
Sounds good.
Sure. Yeah, sounds like we're all kind of in agreement about this one.
Yeah, seems like a C. Safe C.
Yeah.
So, on to the next one. Omdapor Keep. Proddle, would you like to start
The-
the discussion on this one?
D for these. I mean, this was another one that was for relic stuff and everything, but it was just too damn long.
Okay.
What was it? The first boss in there was a bit of a I don't even remember the first boss. All I only know is you fought one dude, and then it was another mind flayer or something, and then this was the first dungeon that started getting you to use aether currents or whatever to go. No. Holotele had that.
Yep.
But this was was this the second one? No. Dismal. Yeah. Anyways, what was the other big boss in there that they had? Demon Wall. I think he was the first time you ran into him.
Yep. I believe
And
so.
then last boss was the weird dog lizard demon thing. That fight
you
wasn't
remember more
fun.
about this place than I do, to be honest.
Same.
I put this one just as a C because it's not memorable in any way, shape, or form to me.
I have it as
Yeah,
D because I
That
didn't
was
like.
exactly what I was thinking.
I have it as a C for much the same reason. I'm like, I don't really remember it.
I don't
know I've
remember
done
hating it. Like,
Nothing
it doesn't
sticks
stand out as being one I hated, but
Yeah, I'm not like some of them like I don't remember really, but I'm like the name, the instinctive is ugh.
the one thing I
But
will
this
say
one
though
just
is
has no
all of the
emotion
Omdapor
behind it.
dungeons, all of the Omdapor dungeons were gorgeous. Like,
Yeah.
every single
Yes.
one of them had really cool visuals, really neat environments and aesthetics and everything. Like, that's the one positive I will say is, like, I remember everything about Omdapor, whether it's the city or the keep, whether it's normal or hard. Just the whole slew of them are all very pretty.
Yeah, that's
Can't argue with that.
Does anyone else have anything to say about Omdapor?
no.
Okay,
not
let's move
particularly
on to the next
memorably
one.
well.
And I'm gonna start with this one. Pharaoh Sirius is just fucking terrible. Everything about it, it's just awful. The mechanics are bad and not fun. Everything about it is really obtuse. It's not a pretty dungeon. There's a lot of just like orange crystals flying around, but like orange crystals, yay. Nothing good to say about it. It's just bad. Discuss.
that's a reasonable take. I did rate it as a C because it's kind of in that same category for me. It would be lower in the C category, but kind of similar to Zamel Darkhold. Like, they were trying to do something interesting, like but it didn't really work out. It would be a low C, probably verging on a D.
Fair. I put it in F. I like near the bottom of F.
Yeah, I don't quite have that level of hatred for it, but it's definitely not in my
Yeah,
favorite.
I think I've honestly only run it like 2, maybe 3 times. It was not super memorable.
Prodl, do you hate it too from having done it back in ARR?
Deal is I never got to do it back in ARR. That
Fair
was one of
enough.
the dungeons I never got to actually do at level.
I did that
So-
one during Heaven's Word, so we were slightly out leveled, but it was still there and it was shit.
Yeah, I had to do it in Heaven's Ward for the hard version, and even then, it went faster than it would have had I done it during ARR, but it was still not fun. So D.
Sounds good.
Seems reasonable. Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, you actually experienced it at a different difficulty
Yeah.
than I
That
did.
was,
So
yeah, horrible memories.
I'm not gonna say you're wrong. Say you're wrong. Like, my experience was slightly different, but like, you know.
Let's.
I mean, I didn't run it a lot. I think I've maybe run it twice.
Yeah. Shall we take our steps into the next?
I'm ready
Yep,
to move
run
on.
down.
My note for this next one is worst dungeon in the game, so I think I can sum that up as that. It's Copperbell Hard.
That would be my guess, because I know you hate that so much.
I hate that dungeon so much. It is the fucking worst.
The only thing I hate about Copperbell Hard is
The
the
firewall?
yes, the fire bridge. Everything else is pretty okay. I mean, it's just the freaking fire bridge. That was just
To me, it's the same as old Copperbell. Like, it had nothing good about it, and it also had the firewall. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, I again have only probably run this one maybe twice, but it was not a pleasurable experience, so I'm down to put that at the bottom.
Yeah, I have it in F as well. It had, like, so everything that was wrong with old Copperbell, but
worse.
like worse.
Yeah.
It was everything that old Copperbell did wrong, just wronger.
Spoilers,
change
that's how I feel
pace.
about Stasha Hard as well.
That's how you feel about, sorry, what?
It's a Stasha Hard.
Fair enough. The next one, though, Hawk Manor Hard.
I rated
who
this one
wants to
pretty
start?
highly. Let me find out where I put it. Okay, I put that as an A with Hawk Manor regular.
I put it as a C, slightly under Hawk Manor regular, because like it's still got the same ambiance, it's still got the same environment, but the fights are just a little bit less fun than that. So I've got like Hawk Manor as a B, and Hawk Manor Hard
I
is
do
like the
the
top of C.
cleanup, but I still really like it. Like,
Yeah, no.
honestly, it gets bonus points just for the aesthetic.
It's true. I've got it at the top of C, and I could be talked into B tier, to be honest. In fact, maybe I will move it up because I think I don't have enough in B tier, so it's like on the yeah, it's just a tiny bit worse than regular Hawk, but still in there. Lane, Prodl, either of you guys have an opinion?
Not really much to add.
yeah. I put it in B. It's again, it's one of those ones I never got to do at level. I had to go in there later on. It was
Fair enough.
more of an interesting place than I was expecting it to be, and that's about it.
Okay. Let's move on to Lost City of Amdapor then. Prottle, do you want to start this one off since you had the end of last one?
Give me a quick refresher of this one because
I remember the final boss was the first time you ran into Diabolos, where it had the really
I hated this
obscure-
place.
I knew that would be the reaction.
That's why I picked you to start.
I hated this place. At least the
my
last boss.
my short form note of this is final boss fight incredibly obtuse.
The freaking doors were
The doors.
pain.
The doors. Nope. Because, like, you had to make a note of the doors at the very start of the fight and remember exactly what they were when the mechanic went off to pick out the right one. It was, yeah. That fight, it was tough. It was such a hard dungeon at level. And even now, it's one I've seen people wipe at. Like, I've seen groups wipe at that doing it in the roulettes.
Yeah, I don't remember any other boss fights for that place, just the last one.
Yeah. It's not super memorable overall for me, but that is enough to make it a D tier. I do think the ambience is very pretty, though.
So, yeah, but it's got that like fuzzy effect that like it makes my lungs itch when you're in the outside areas.
Fair enough.
Like I feel like I'm breathing in all of that like
the spores.
pollen and dandelion fluff and mold spores and stuff, and it just it also has like a visual effect to it as well. So I also rated it as a D. Like, it's
Lane, do you have anything to add?
No. Again, you guys pretty much beat me to everything I was gonna say.
Alright, then we'll let you go first on the next one, which is Halatali Hard.
It has been actually a hot minute since I've done this one. Most of the hard modes I did once or twice just to do them. Didn't really care one way or the other about this one, honestly.
I'm putting it right next to regular Halatali, personally.
Yeah, it didn't.
I hated.
It didn't
some
improve anything. It didn't.
I will say one positive about it: we get to kill a Lullafell.
That's true. That is very true. Maybe it's worth a D because of that.
I have it as an F because so a lot of the hard versions they did, they reworked the dungeons, right? Like it's you maybe start the same but then go somewhere else.
path.
So you're in a different part of the same thing. This was just the same fucking dungeon with one or two doors closed. And like there
And
was
awful
no
fights.
merit to any of the boss fights. Like it was terrible. I hated it. I hate Halatali. I hate this more.
Throttle?
I liked that it was cleaned up. I liked the visuals of the hard mode. It looked a hell of a lot. It looked nicer. It didn't look like it was an abandoned torture chamber.
Yeah, it was an occupied torture chamber.
Occupied with Lullafels.
I have it on at D because the visuals were improved. I
Really?
like the brighter
Well.
environment.
Yep.
Y'all content with that then?
Yeah.
I'm happy with my rating. Nothing's changing it from an F. So you're all entitled to your own opinions.
No, mine's in an
like,
F too. I've got it right next to Halatali.
No, just like the point of this is not to persuade each other that our ratings
No, it's just,
are
but I
right.
want to make sure everyone gets their chance to.
Yeah.
To
to
say what
say.
they're gonna say.
Yeah, it's
Yep,
important that we all
exactly.
have our say. So next is Brayflox Hard. And I'm just gonna be honest, I put it right next to Brayflox. I don't remember much about it, but I remember feeling the same way about it as I did about Brayflox.
It's an F with regular Brayflox for me.
I has it in D because I don't remember it. All I remember is the last boss, which was go spin.
That's pretty much where I'm at. It does not stand out in any particular way.
Alright, let's just move on. We've all got our spots for it. That's not much to say.
Yeah.
Hullbreaker Isle. Alora, did you want to take the first? Hullbreaker
Hullbreaker
opinion?
Isle is a D.
Any?
It's fine. It's not great. It's weirdly paced.
Yeah, pacing is
It's
definitely a
fine.
problem.
Like, yeah. Like, it's fine, but it's on the lower end of fine.
Yeah.
So it's a D. I don't really have much to say about it
Yep,
beyond
I feel the same.
those points.
Yeah, pretty much.
Either of you guys have anything to add to that, or are we just content to leave it at that?
Hullbreaker. Which Hullbreaker? The first one was normal. It was
You
the
had
fir-
like the little gated arenas where like the
It was
it
the one where what's-his-name
the
was giving you a
Storm
trial.
Private, yeah, would like summon creatures that you would fight because you were doing a trial
Yeah.
with this
we-
sergeant.
I think Hullbreaker Hard is the one that was the trial. Hullbreaker Normal was you go into the island, and whatever the last boss was a squid.
Let me look this up now. I might be getting it wrong.
I thought Hard was the squid.
Hullbreaker Isle.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah, Hullbreaker Regular was the squid, and Normal was the trial, I guess.
Yeah, I like the squid
You
fight,
know?
so I have put this at C because of the squid fight. Also, there was oh god, I can't pronounce the name of the thing. A Nanaka or something like that. There was a boss or a bunch of mobs.
Oh yeah, Hard was the trial, normal. Yeah. I guess I'll swap my rankings around for that. I will swap the Hullbreaker Hard ranking of D with the Hullbreaker Isle ranking of D.
Yeah, I
very
actually
hard
have them
to-
both in D. But okay, yeah, that's how memorable it was. I got the two mixed up.
Yup.
Like,
Uh,
it's still a D. I liked the tentacle fight.
Yeah, the Kraken was a good fight.
That
what's-
was about the only good part of it, and they reused that in Ether Pond.
See, the first boss I think was a monkey, and you had to run him into a tree to knock bananas or something down.
Right, I remember now why
Yeah,
I had
that
it as a
was
D.
the
All of the
banana,
fight
yeah.
mechanics were like, it was very easy to fail at them if you didn't have the knowledge of how the fight worked. And it was if you failed at them, the fights went out of control really quickly. Right. Yeah. I remember now. Sorry to interrupt though, Proddle. Continue.
No, that's about it. I like the freaking fight. I like the fights. That's why I put it in C. The fights were more interesting.
Sure.
The island itself was freaking amazing to look at.
It was a pretty scenery. Credit
The
where
island
credit is
was
due. It
good,
was one of
yeah.
the prettier environments for a dungeon at that time. Like there weren't a lot of really pretty environments in ARR dungeons. There was like Hawk, Hamtara maybe, and, like Stone Vigil was neat looking, and then like Omnipore. So like that was definitely one of the better environments. Yeah, I'm with you. Wayne, do you have anything to say, or is this another I did it once and don't remember anything?
Oh yeah, pretty much.
Do you want to have the first say on Tamtara Hard then?
I'll let you guys take it.
My shorthand note for this one is great lore, mediocre dungeon. I really liked the way they ended the story of those very first random NPCs that you saw next to Tamtara back in the day, and that you kept running into at various dungeons, and then they kind of, or you kept running into up until Tamtara, and then like they wrapped it up in Tamtara Hard. I remember really appreciating like that, like tying it all together. But
And then you ran into what's her face,
Again,
or
it-
she was the base. And Deep Dungeon.
Deep Dungeon, yep. But yeah, I remember that storytelling being really good, but I don't have a lot of memories about the dungeon itself, so I put it in a C.
Fair and balanced.
Yeah, that feels about right as well for me. C for that one. The fights, I don't remember the first fight. Second fight is very vague, but the last fight was something with dead things trying to keep them away from the boss in the center.
Yeah. Alora, do you have anything to add?
I kind of agree with the rest of y'all. I rated it a C because like I love the story aspect of it, like, you know, Edda and
Yep, Edda, that was the name.
you know, the story of it, but the dungeon itself is just kind of so it's a C. Like, I wish it was better. It's fine. Like the dungeon itself is kind of fine. The story is great. It overall kind of averages out to fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Next is Stone Vigil Hard, then. And my subtitle for this one is also worst dungeon in the game.
So I rated it as a D, which is lower, I think, than I rated Stone Vigil.
You rated Stone Vigil quite highly, I think.
I think I did, yeah. Trying to find it.
'Cause I was
Yeah,
the
rated
one-
Stone Vigil is a B. Like D, Stone Vigil hard. It's
fights are
it's
just
kind of
so
like
stupid.
Copperbell hard. It's got like the worst parts of Stone Vigil normal. In that like the difficulty is weirdly tuned, but with none of the benefits. Like
The other
Ruined
big
Castle
problem with
is pretty.
Stone Vigil Hard
but that's
is that
about it.
they were really like there was a period of time, and you can actually see a few dungeons kind of in this area. I think Sunken Temple Hard had it as well. I think Wanderer's Palace Hard might have had some of it as well. I don't remember for sure. But like there's a few dungeons in this area where they really tried to like gimmick up the fights.
Yeah.
And the one that got the worst out of it was Stone Vigil Hard, with the one fight that had like the cannons and you had to like shoot the turtle or whatever it was. I don't even remember the actual boss, but it was such a stupid fight. And I hated it so much. And since I already didn't really like a lot of Stone Vigil, it being Stone Vigil but way worse made it an F.
I know it's reasonable.
Lane Prottle, anything to add? Or anything to disagree on?
Nothing really to fight about on this one.
Prottle?
I honestly only remember the first fight in there, which was the cannons and the dragon turtle, and yeah. Also, I'm trying to find it in the list on the thing, and I can't find it.
Probably for the best. Okay.
Oh,
so-
there it is.
Okay. Ready to move on, everyone, or?
Yep.
I am.
All right, we're on to a story dungeon again. We're doing Snowcloak.
I rated Snowcloak as a B.
Okay.
Yeah, I really don't mind Snowcloak. It's
It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's definitely not my favorite in any regard, but it's probably one of the more solid ones from ARR.
I've got it as a high C. I don't think it's good enough to rate on the same tier as my B tiers, but it's one of the better ARR dungeons for sure.
I like the place mainly because Umaro.
True. Yep. Nice bit of nostalgia callback there.
They just needed a little Moogle named Mog or something to pop out somewhere.
Yes. Yes.
So
So since Alora has already shared part of her opinion on this next one, we'll let her go first. Sestasha Hard.
F. It's
As in
everything
to
that's
pay
wrong with
respect,
Sestasha.
or
No, but now the zombies.
Yeah, I kind of had the same basic premise. I marked it one tier lower than Sestasha for the same reason. It's like this. I also think the final boss in Sestasha Hard is awful. It's another one of those
Yeah.
Kraken fights, but it's nowhere near as fun.
Yeah, don't disagree.
Also, what is it? The first boss fight in there is the scorpion crab thing, and that was. I don't remember liking that fight.
Fair enough. Lane, anything to add?
not really. Hit the nail pretty squarely on the head.
Oh, Alora was pretty eloquent on this one. All right. Lane, do you want to go first on the Sunken Temple Hard?
Sure. It's another one that wasn't terribly memorable for me. I didn't really care for it, but I didn't hate it either.
Okay.
Not a whole lot for me to say on this one.
Fair enough. Roddle, where do you sit on Sunken Temple Hard?
Sunken Temple Hard. That was the gold face idol thing with the
Yep.
hands, the Cactuar Queen.
Yep.
And then the full statue that you had to break apart and whatever.
Yep.
That was interesting. I'm not sure where I would put it though. Some of the fights were interesting. Some of the mechanics were fun. It wasn't too terrible, but the D or C somewhere around there.
I've got it as a D, and it's not as clever as Sunken Temple, but it's trying to be clever, but it's just kind of boring.
I put it right next to Stone Vigil Hard in my F tier. I think it has the exact same problems as Stone Vigil Hard, where they tried too hard to make the fights gimmicky, and the gimmicky fights are only fun if the entire party is in on the gimmick. If anyone doesn't know what the gimmick is or hasn't figured it out yet, then the fights are miserable.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Alright, let's go to Keeper of the Lake. Alora, did you want to start us off on the Keeper of the Lake?
Let me find where I put Keeper of the Lake. I don't recognize any of these pictures.
It's got like a blue mineral along the bottom.
Yeah, I've just got it as a C.
Okay.
I remember there's some aspects of it that I think are, this is gonna sound stupid, but like the way they kind of block off the walls and transition you between like the walled sections, I think they did quite well with like the burning, falling down ship.
Yeah, I agree.
I think was pretty good. The fights, like the only fight I really remember is the last boss fight where like Midgard Summer is like possessing those dead dragons. I think that was the last fight. That's the fight I remember. I think it was the last one. And like that was interesting. Other than that, like it's fine. It seemed a little I guess the story moment around it and like the whole thing with Midgard Soma like stripping you of Hyland's protection, except not really, and you have to prove yourself to him. I didn't particularly enjoy that story beat.
Fair.
Especially when they were like, "Oh no, it was a trick all along." Was just kind of meh. Seemed pointless. So that kind of dungeon was fine. Yeah.
Prottle, do you have
Don't
any?
really have any strong feelings about it, I guess, aside
Fair
from
enough.
story beat was stupid.
When this place first come out, I loved it. I loved this place. The old way, or the old version of the last fight in there was
So
um,
unique. It was so
it
unlike
was so
anything
unique.
else
It was
they've done.
as somebody had put it, it was one of the best dances you could do.
That's fair. That is very fair.
I mean, the other two bosses in there weren't too bad. The fire bombs got a bit annoying, especially if you were way out of position and you ended up, cutting off most of the damn arena. But yeah, and then what was the other one? The tankers that explode from the
Yep.
bird.
Yep.
They weren't too bad. The trash mobs in between everything were kind of sparse. It was very slow-paced trash stuff, but I put it in A because the last fight was way more interesting than anything else we've had up to that point.
That's reasonable. Yep. I personally put it in C, but on the high end of C. I think it was there. I think aside from that final fight, the mechanics were somewhat frustrating. Like a lot of the mechanics were very. There were a lot of personal responsibility mechanics, but personal responsibility mechanics where other people could screw you up.
Yeah, like I
the
remember
tanks
that
and
bomb
stuff.
fight. I didn't remember which dungeon that was in, but yeah, that was one.
Like the
That
tanks
was
and
something I
stuff.
didn't
Like if I do my tank right, but somebody else hits my tank and knocks it into the wrong spot, we're screwed up. Like there's a lot of stuff in there where like it was supposed to be personal responsibility situation, but it was very easy for other people to screw it over. So that's why I thought the mechanics were somewhat on the frustrating side, but I do think that atmospherically it's one of the best dungeons in ARR. As Alora said, like the way they handled the general feeling of climbing it and the way they blocked you off and closed and opened areas and things like that, top notch.
Yeah, like often they don't bother with like a reasonable explanation as to why there's a wall. There just is a wall that then disappears. This one they actually did some clever things with like wreckage falling and
Yeah.
fire dying down and stuff like that. Lane?
I give this one a low B. I agree with a lot of the points already made. It was one of the more interesting ones at this point in the game as far as mechanics go. Plus, I really like dragons.
Yeah.
So focusing on Big Dragon Daddy is neat. But I do also agree with Alora that kind of like the way they played up the story at the end there was
Yeah. Some of the story elements around it were neat, but the whole Midgard Zormer's test thing was, yeah. They didn't do enough with it to make it justified. Like, they could have made that whole thing into a really cool moment if there had been, like, something in the next expansion to, like, actually make use of it. But they just kind of gradually had it undo itself, and then in the end it was like, well, nothing happened because of it. So it's like we never really were at risk because of what he did. So it felt like it just didn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he didn't play nearly as big of a role later on as I would have liked.
Yeah, they made a whole big deal out of, like we've proved ourselves to him and now he's going to accompany us, and he did fuck all. Like he wasn't in the Heavensward story. Like,
yeah, exactly. But I totally understand why Prottle put it much higher. Like, especially
no,
when the
absolutely.
fight was new, like back in ARR. This fight felt like a savage in a lot of ways. Like the dungeon felt like a savage fight in a lot of ways. Like you were constantly on the move. Everything was very exciting. The pacing might have been a little bit slow, but like it was very tense despite that. And there was so many little things going on. It was really good at when it first came out, but yeah, I still think that compared to what they've done recently, I'm gonna still sit it kind of in that seat here. We're down to 2 dungeons from ARR.
Ooh.
Next is Omdapor Keep Hard. And for me, I'm just gonna kind of settle it kind of in the middle of D tier. I have all the same thoughts I had about the original Omdapor Keep, where it's just not memorable. But I think it was slightly worse than the original because they upped the difficulty of the mechanics a lot, but not in ways that were fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Another
I would
thing that
agree. I got it as a
I didn't
solid
really
D.
care for about the hard modes in general is they like the rewards for doing all the hard modes were fairly negligible.
So back in the day when the content was fresh, the hard modes were kind of your way of gearing up, like they were catch-up gear. So they felt a little bit better at time. If you think of hard modes as kind of like an alternative to Alliance raid to get gear just before the current raid tier.
Mm.
So the gear did matter back in the day, but yeah, it's not. Once we got an expansion patch, an expansion past, pardon, not patch. Once we got an expansion past it, then at that point it was just like, well, I can get for tomestones the best gear from the last expansion, so this gear doesn't matter anymore. And yeah, no, I'm right there with you. Like, but there was a relevance to it at one point.
Mm-hmm.
But Prottle, do you have anything to say about Omdapor Hard?
Let's see. Omdapor Hard. First boss in there was, I think, the first time we ran into the mechanic where you had to hide behind a pillar. No, yeah, maybe. It's the first boss I remember where you had to hide behind the pillar with the lion thing, and it would destroy your cover. So you had to be. That was a measurement for DPS. Second boss was the Boogeyman. That was somewhat interesting, but at the same time, quite damn annoying when he split in two. And the Jester can just go burn. I'm sorry, I probably remember way more than.
Disagree.
I mean, you did these for longer. Like, I played a little bit in ARR and Heavensward, but I didn't play like a ton. So the fact that you played through it all, your perspective is very welcome on this because you're able to refresh my memory about some of the things that I forgot about in some of these dungeons. So don't apologize. I appreciate it a lot.
Yeah, I've got it set to about mid D.
That's where I put it too, yeah. So we're all kind of settled on that?
Yeah.
And our last, which I kind of did these two out of order, but our last is Wanderer's Palace Hard.
D.
I
put it
in
right
C.
next to Wanderer's Palace, yeah, in the C tier for me.
And
Yeah, but it's slightly lower than Wanderer's Palace.
what's the first boss in this one again? Is that the undead or the dying Gobu?
That sounds right, but I would need to look it up to be 100% sure, because again, it's been a while.
I know the second boss is the dude with the totems, and those totems were confusing.
Is the
And then
last after you beat the final boss the first time? This is where all the Tonberry come out and murder the final boss, right?
I think so, because it's a two-headed,
Yeah.
Yeah.
what you call it?
I
dude.
did like that moment. I think that moment might be why I gave this the credit I did.
Fair, honestly.
The just like that, like we pan away as the Tonberries are murdering the thing. It's like that's a dark moment. I like it. Ooh,
That's
it's starting
reasonable.
to get real warm in this room. Gotta open my window a bit.
You can open the door as well if you want, since we're both on the call.
I'll open my window a bit, see what that does, and then if it
The window, it does nothing.
Anyways, Lane, did you have anything to add about Wanderer's Palace Hard?
Not really. This
Alright.
one was another that I've only done once or twice. Wasn't terribly influential to me.
All right. Then that is the end of our ARR journey. So I'm curious to know everyone's numbers because it's impossible to keep track. I have 4 in B, 10 in C and D, and 7 in F.
I've been moving some things around as I've gone through, so I have 1 in A, 5 in B, what's that? 8 in C, 4 in F, and God, I can't count.
That would mean 13 in D.
I've got 2 A's, 5 B's, 9 C's, 9 D's, 7 F's.
Yeah, like 12 or so in D.
We got 5 B's, 9 C's, 13 D's, and the rest F's.
So
5.
many D's. All right, let's get on to
I
Heavensward.
expect that's gonna start changing very shortly.
Oh, I just adjusted my position. Just 1 second. Okay, that's good again. Let's go on to Heavensward. This is where things I think are going to start getting a little bit better. There's a lot. There's some interesting stuff in here. Dusk Vigil is first. I'll start on this one because I actually like Dusk Vigil a lot. I think Dusk Vigil had some of like the better in-dungeon storytelling that they had done up to date. Like with all the little data logs and the little, you can kind of piece together what happened in there. And it was a really interesting, dark story of what happened in that dungeon. I also think mechanically it was pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
so I've got it in B.
I have
have
it in
it
C.
C,
Sorry.
but it's probably a fairly high C. I'm sorry, I saw Probable, because I do like the storytelling elements if it doesn't tell you the story of what happened, but you have enough information to piece it together if you read the notes and stuff. There were some cool moments like with like the zombie guys emerging and stuff like that.
And like the ice walls when you break them down and the elementals appear around you and stuff, like
Yeah.
there was some neat stuff
Yeah,
there.
it was pretty cool overall. So yeah, it's a high C for me.
Yeah, I've got it as a low B.
I've got it between Copperbell and Praetorium in my B tier. So
I put it on C. For me, dungeon's great. Fights are fun. Looks nice, but the music is so slow paced.
fair. That is fair. That is totally fair.
Yeah, it is one of those dungeons with weird music.
All right, on to our first story dungeon our first main story dungeon of Heavensward, Som Al. Laura, did you want to kick us off for Som Al?
Let me find where I put some all.
It's kind of a gray
Some of
screen
these
with
are
mountains
not
in the background.
Yes, some of these are not in order where I kind of move things back and forth and didn't quite get the right
Yeah.
story order. Okay, so I put Samal as a D.
Ooh.
I get some of these names mixed up, honestly. Like, a lot of their intro art looks similar.
It's true. So Samal was the first dungeon where you're going through the mountain. It's got the final dungeon is, I believe, the dragon with the two with where like the final phase.
Yeah,
is
so
this
the
the one
first-
where with the terrible dragon appears before you?
Yes, I believe
I
so.
don't
yeah.
remember that. So the first
That's either
one,
this one or the
the
Airy,
first
but
boss is like the plant thing with the two arms and it spawns
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
bug ads.
I think you're right. I think
And then the
Aerie
last
is-
the
boss
Airy is
has
the one with
like
the terrible
the
flight.
left wing and the right wing that
yeah.
you
Yeah.
have to AoE down, although that is a fairly common mechanic. Like it was fine. They made some changes to improve it, but
yeah, I think the
It's-
post-rework
it's
version of it is a C for
fine.
me because yeah, it's just fine. I
Yeah.
don't have anything to say that I hate about it, and the changes did remove some of the mechanics that were really obnoxious about it. I think pre-rework
yeah, I
it
was
would have been a
also
D.
I was kind of ranking the dungeons like within the expansion, so like there are other Heavenswood dungeons that I like more that I rated a bit higher. This one was kind of low on the
Yeah, this one was
tier
pretty
for
low
me.
on the Heavensward tier for me as well.
Yeah. So yeah, mine is D. It's fine. There's nothing really special about it in my opinion. It's fine.
Yeah, it's a low C for me. It's not great. It's there. Not the most interesting, not the least interesting either.
Yeah, I've got it between Aurum Vale and Castrum Meridianum. So, Prodl, any thoughts?
Yeah, see, it's fights were. Last fight was the most memorable, but that was because you had the meteors you had to watch out for,
Yeah, they're
and then the wings. You had to destroy the wings before you could continue the boss, and then there was a lot more AOE type stuff,
Yeah.
linear AOEs and whatever that would happen.
yeah, that fight was a cluster, especially in the old version.
It was, yeah, that was probably the most fun fight in that place. I don't. The first fight was just the first fight. It was just there. It's like, huh, okay. Second fight was what was the second fight? I'm getting the two.
Was
That
the
and the
second
other
fight
things.
the one that threw the goops?
It was either one that threw the goops or it was one that had the mustard bomb.
Oh no, it was the
Um,
mustard bomb. Yep, goop was in Airy.
Didn't really
yeah,
care
and
for
they
that.
just removed the mustard bomb entirely. in the new
So yeah,
version.
post rework, I probably would have put it lower. But since they redid it and some things have been changed, I've got it in C tier now.
Okay, so no, Samal is the one that had the goops.
Okay.
Airy was the one that had the
Yeah, still.
doesn't change much. That not any better of a fight.
Yeah, my athlete leaps onto blobs and casts Mad Dash and targeted one party member. Red is stack marker, blue is AoE.
I do
Yeah.
think that since they changed it,
the chime of the mountain, yeah.
adding
That
the
one
adding
got
the
much
markers to
better
Samal
with
got
the
a lot better.
markers.
Yeah.
Yeah, adding the markers was a
It
good
wasn't
idea.
that difficult to figure out before.
But it was hard to remember when you only did it every so
standardizing it-
often.
Yeah, standardizing it
Yeah,
with the way the later mechanics are done.
Yeah. I agree
Yeah,
with that.
it didn't
Good for
have a good enough in-fight like show phase, where they often show an easy version of a mechanic and then like do a more difficult version later on. It didn't really have a good show phase in the original
Yeah.
format.
Yeah.
I think adding the markers like solved that problem, honestly.
Agreed. Ready to move on to the next one?
Yep.
The next one is, in my opinion, the biggest tragedy of the redesigns, which is the Aerie. I'm putting the Aerie in D tier now. I loved the Aerie beforehand, mostly because of that final fight. I thought it was so cool fighting alongside Justinian with the eye. I thought protecting him was a really neat phase. Like, that fight was really cool. And I would have given that, like, I probably would have given this dungeon, like, a B on that fight's credits alone. But they removed it entirely, and it's just a boring fight against Nidhogg now. So I'm putting this in low D. I'm not happy.
Yeah, this is in D, lower than Small, for me.
Yeah, I think that redesign was, like you said, that was poorly done.
This was the biggest tragedy of the redesign. Like, a lot of the redesigns were improvements. This one was not.
I do laugh every time I see a terrible dragon appears before you.
Yeah.
It's true. That
It is a
excellent.
pretty bad dragon, let's be real here. Those dragons are terrible dragons.
Why do these dragons all look like chihuahuas in this game?
That honestly, one of my least favorite things about this game is how the dragons, like, their faces look.
Yeah, I agree. Throttle, do you have anything to say about the Aerie?
No, it's about the same as Small for me.
Fair enough. I'm assuming this next one we're all putting in A tier or possibly higher, because the next one is the Vault.
I love Sir Chairbert.
I love the Vault.
I've got it in B because
Fair
my A and S rankings are pretty strict.
Fair enough.
I have it in B as well.
I do really like the Vault.
Yeah, it probably has like some of the best storytelling pre-Shadowbringers.
Yeah, I
does
think that I give that a low A.
Yeah. It's my first one to go in the A tier, so like I guess it's both low and
Same.
high for me so far. But when we get to some of the other ones, we'll see. We'll see where it sits next to them. But yeah, I've actually haven't made the full tier list. I've just got some rough notes and some rough rankings, so I'm actually making the tier list as I go.
I am as well.
So.
For me, the
I
Vault.
prepped mine in advance, and then I'm kind of, honestly, I am kind of seeing it. I feel the same about it as I talk. So a couple of things I've moved up and down.
I have made a few
before I
changes
go
from
to
my
the
notes as
rankings.
well. So.
Yeah.
Brattle, what were you gonna say?
For me, the Vault. Most specifically, the first fight in the Vault. I don't know what it is about it. The first boss fight just. It felt like there could have been more to it. I mean, you get to the second boss and you got a lot more stuff you have to watch out for, and then the last boss is.
The last boss was very, very involved. I think they wanted to have an easy fight at the start because the other bosses were so involved, though.
I think though it was a bit too easy. Like the trash pulls before that are more difficult than that first boss.
That's fair.
It sets a weird tone for the difficulty of the dungeon and for the difficulty of the next two bosses. Like they definitely improved the telegraphing with the rework.
Yeah.
But I think some of that weirdness in tuning is still.
Speaking of the rework, there is a funny thing. I'm pretty sure I showed the picture to Alora, but I don't know if you guys have seen it. There, if you bring our boyfriend with you into there, and he is an option, he can't die. He actually uses an invulnerability mechanic if he's going to die.
Oh, I do remember you mentioning that, yeah.
Which is kind of hilarious. If you go in there with trust and you bring him...
Why couldn't he use that a couple minutes later?
I know! It's hilarious how he uses it.
Was it still on cooldown? Should we have waited a few minutes longer for the final confrontation?
Yep.
So Hoshevant's
He should have
cooldowns
told
would
us.
be out.
Yeah,
Honestly.
Horsefant can't die in the vault, which is kind of
He
fitting.
could have just said. Could have just said, "Hang on to like 30 seconds, guys, until Hallowed Ground's back up." Like we would have
But
waited.
yeah, if you bring Horsefant, he can't die. When he gets to 1 HP, he'll use like a special mechanic that invulns him temporarily. Which is kind of a hilarious little
Or
nod to the fact that
can we take a half-hour break for this cooldown to reset?
A little fucked up of them, honestly.
Yeah.
So
But they need him to be alive for the story, right?
exactly. So he can't die in there because he's not gonna die till after there. So he cannot die
But I
there.
mean, I think officially you're not dead. You're
I know,
knocked out.
it's just-
kind of
it's
like
just
in
a cute
D&D
touch,
when you
I
hit
think.
0 HP. Yeah.
But yeah, it's moving on though, I guess. Because does anybody have any last things they want to say about the vault, or are we all kind of set our piece and we're content in where we have individually ranked it?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm good.
Perfect. So our next one is the Great Google Library. Prado, did you want to go first on this one?
I'll put it in D. Oh god, why do I keep doing that? Yeah, every time I hit my push to talk button, I for whatever reason, it's clicked into the tier list thing, and I get a little asterisk next to whatever the hell it decides to light up. So F just started to go off the page.
Makes sense.
But yeah,
That's not fun.
Great Google. I have it on B. Let's see. There was some fairly interesting and fun fights in there. Trash mobs weren't too difficult. And you're fighting a giant freaking owl at the end. That's. Or am I thinking of the wrong one? No, the end boss for that one is the book vault thing.
Yeah, the
the
demon coming out of the book for the end boss, and you've got the wall book thing as one of the mid bosses.
There was some nostalgia, a throwback for the boss before that, the demon book or whatever it is, where you had to get him soaked in oil. There was something similar to that in like 3 or something. I just remember
the soaked in oil. I think might have been might have been the hard version. The normal version was just he would summon like the wind. You would have to beat up the little books, and then the wind thing would tether to a person, and you had to drag them through the boss to knock him out of his invulnerability phase. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he had those rings on the.
Yeah, whereas
floor where you
Great
had
Google
to have,
Library
like,
Hard had the second boss of Liquid Flame.
No, I'm pretty sure that the guy, whenever he got hit by those balls of gas, would complain about being drenched in oil.
Oh, maybe maybe it was a
maybe.
line of text that I did not see. That's possible. You could be right about that. Yeah, I had this one. I put this one as a C, I think. Yeah, I think my problem was they simplified a lot of the parts of the fight that were fun. A lot of the parts of the dungeon that were fun. So I think I would have put it in a B with you in the old version, but the new version was a little bit less interesting to me.
Yeah, I have B for the current reworked version. Because like I like the aesthetics, it's fun,
Aesthetic was
but
really
the
good.
original would have been an A, except
Okay.
as just Alesh just said, they kind of dumbed down some of the mechanics, so that's
Yeah.
not
Yeah, that's
great.
about how I feel. I like the soundtrack.
Yeah, the music in there is really good. Yeah, I think I would put it kind of. Maybe I'll move it up within C to a higher spot. Yeah, I think it's definitely better than some of those. Yeah, I'm putting it near the top of C, but still in C. Does anyone have anything else they want to say about that, or should we move on to the next?
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
You said what I wanted to.
Next is the Etherochemical Research Facility.
Well, with the rework, I have also rated that a B.
Agreed.
It would have previously been lower, but that new boss fight is so good.
Yeah, the final boss of the new Etherochemical Research Facility. I don't know if you've done it at all, Lane, since the rework.
I don't remember if I've done the rework or
The
not.
new one is basically the Hades fight, just a simplified version of it. The new final boss. Like,
Yeah, because one of the
it's-
phases in Hades is he summons Igiom and La Habrea,
and
and
the
they
mechanics they use in
do
this
like
now are the
certain
same
mechanics. And now Igiom and La Habrea in Etherochemical use like a normal version of those same mechanics. It's
It's
that's
so
pretty
good.
cool.
It's so good. It's just like, yeah, I'm putting that one like in the B tier, but fairly high. I think it might be like it's right below Hawk. I think for me in B tier. Yeah,
The rest of the dungeon is fine, but that fight just like bumped it up for me to
yeah. If that fight was
B.
removed, it would be a C tier. But with that fight, it's a good dungeon.
Yeah,
it's a decent
the
dungeon with a really good end fight.
original dungeon for me would probably be like a solid C, because there's some interesting like graphical stuff, like some of the transitions. There's a classic Final
Very
Fantasy
important
elevator
story
fight.
mechanic. It's very
Yeah,
good story
important
place.
story.
Yeah.
It would have been like a solid C, but that boss fight, the new boss fight, is
It was
just
really
so
good.
good.
It was really, really good.
It was so
We
cool
can
seeing
gush.
universal manipulation.
Yep,
We
universal
did that one.
manipulation.
We did that one recently, like within the last week or two. So
Yeah.
we're
Nice.
still kind of excited about it.
Okay, we will let you guys talk if you guys have anything to say. We have gushed.
Based off of the previous one, I would kind of agree. It's decent. It wasn't like amazing, but it was solid. I'll have to do.
Yeah, we'll have to take you through there to see the final fight.
Yourself. But yeah, it's fun, and it gives you some hints for Hades.
Yep. Prottle, what do you think?
I don't think I've done the newer version of it. The redo. I honestly can't tell you or don't remember.
Fair enough. There's 90 dungeons. I can't expect everyone to remember every single one of them.
But I've rated it as D just because of the older version that I have done, and the one dude that seemed to chase us all over the frickin' place during most of that. I don't know if it's changed at all for the rework, but it felt very lackluster when we fought him in that place.
Oh, the Gallian general dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
his
that was a
fight was
bit of a
anything particularly
weird-
special.
fight. Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, that's a perfectly reasonable rating.
Maybe we can go through it as for the to kind of see the updated version at some point.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Like that would be a fun little excursion to take at sometime late in a week or like in the next week or two. We can see if we have a time when everyone's around. But for now, let us move on to a dungeon that I have much less to say about. Never Reap. I'm putting it in E, and I have nothing else to say.
I'm gonna be honest. I barely even remember it.
We went through it again recently, I think,
Yeah. Lots of Vanu.
and
There's
it's just
one slightly interesting mechanic where you're like, changing areas, like moving between fights, where you stand on like, it kind of reminds me of like a ski lift to go across chasms between like these these tree like wooden aerial forts that they live in. There's nothing special about it. None of the bosses are good. the aesthetics are kind of gray and blah. It's a D in my book.
Yeah, same. It's sitting solidly in D. Not a lot good to say about it. It's not like worst dungeon ever. It certainly doesn't belong in the same illustrious company as like Cutter's Cry and Stone Vigil Heart, so it's not down in the F
It is
tier.
better than Cutter's Cry, but
Yeah,
worse than a lot of other
but
things.
like it's near the bottom of the D tier for sure. Proddle, do you have anything to say, or are you kind of on the same boat?
I put it up in D just now. I remember the most interesting fight in there is the bird that disappears in the fog. The statue, the second fight where you have to move the statues around was tedious. The last boss and his whirlwind phase, and just the sheer fact that you could misstep, and fall off the platform. Yeah, not a fan.
Yeah.
Yep. We seem to be all in agreement about Never Reap, so let's move on to Fractal Continuum. Anyone want to start about this one while I try and find it in the pictures?
I think I've got it in D. This is one of the first places you go to after you finish up the story stuff, and you're going back into some of the old Allegan facilities there. This was the crazy chimera shape-shifting thing. For one of the bosses. Then there was the Minotaur that you had to, open up the test tubes on the sides to get it distracted so he didn't just one-shot everybody.
Yep.
And then the tic-tac-toe last boss. Exploding. So yeah, some of it was interesting. It was just, I just remember it being way too damn long.
Yeah, I've got it in C, but that's solely on the basis that I really loved the aesthetic. I think if it was a less interesting looking dungeon, it would have been a D, but it's like near the bottom of C because I remember it being really cool looking.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, not really much to add to this one. You guys pretty much.
Yeah, I kind of remember. I remember the visuals of it, but I don't remember much of the actual dungeon. Yeah. I put it in D for that reason. Like I know what it looks like. It's got like all the elegant technology and stuff. It just doesn't stick out either way. So like, yeah, let's not.
Then let's move on to our next entry, Saint Mosian's Arboretum.
I love St. Mosian's Arboretum.
I love St. Mosian's Arboretum hard. I think St. Mosian's Arboretum regular is a much more ordinary experience, personally. I have it in the C tier, kind of much higher than Fractal Continuum in the C tier, but not out of the C tier. But yeah, St. Mosian's is a really neat place overall.
Yeah, my love of St. Mosian's is in C, but it's a high C.
Fair. So yeah, we're Proddle Lane. Do you guys have anything to add to that aside from it just being a generally good place?
That's pretty much where I'm at. I don't have an incredibly strong opinion on it, but it's neat.
Boss fights were fun. Visuals were great. First boss was the marble, or something akin to one, and the poison flamethrower like mechanic, where they would spin around and spray the poison, whatever. Second boss was the giant bee. That was a bit. I don't know. I didn't like the giant bee. And then the spider lady plant thing for the last boss. That was fun. Also,
Yeah.
the bears being infested just reminded me of the freaking spider bears in WoW, and I'm like, no, please.
Yeah, there was some neat stuff in there overall. I overall liked it. I think it's definitely in the upper half of FF14 dungeons. And I think that's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's fair.
Alright, shall we move on to our next entry then? Our next entry is Pharaoh Sirius Hard. And
What did I put down? I put that as a D.
Same. It's not as bad as Pharaoh Sirius, but it's not good.
No, for me, it was worse than Pharaoh Sirius. It was trying to do a lot of the things that Pharaoh Sirius was doing, with like trying to be like clever with bosses and mechanics and gimmicks and stuff, but it did not really succeed. It's at a weird place,
Oh, interesting.
level-wise, where even now you just kind of like rip through it.
See, I found it succeeded more in its mechanics than Pharaoh Sirius, because the mechanics in the hard version made more sense, whereas the Pharaoh Sirius normal mechanics just
Well,
like...
but there's one boss fight that isn't even really a boss fight. And I don't know. I just not a fan.
Fair enough.
You can be more of a fan, that's fine.
Yeah.
Not
I
particularly.
guess I'll allow it.
Yeah. Just this once.
Which boss wasn't a boss fight in your mind?
Let me find it. Okay, yeah, it's the middle one. I was trying to remember which one it was. I couldn't remember if it was the first one or the middle one. So the kobold, where you're basically dealing with the ads
Okay,
more than you're actually fighting him.
fair enough. See, for
So
me,
to
I
me,
think
that
that
kind of-
Zoo in the original Pharaoh Sirius is one of the worst designed fights in the game. The eggs.
Yeah.
And I think, so yeah, so for me, but fair enough, I was just curious. Huh.
Yeah.
Prottle, did you have anything to say about Pharaoh Sirius Hard?
Yeah, and, the only fight I remember really is the one with the ads. I think there was something to do with a bomb queen, but
Yep, the final boss was a bomb queen and a bomb king.
yeah, I don't really remember the fight that much.
Yeah, no.
So around D or so.
Lane, any thoughts from you?
Oh, nothing really much to add.
Sounds good, then let us just move on. We're moving on to the Anti-Tower. Lane, do you want to go first for this one? This way you'll have something to say.
I don't know, saying things is hard. Let me think. This one, again, it was pretty cool for me. I liked the visuals of it, but I wasn't, like, blown away by it. It's a solid one. I don't have a lot bad to say about it, and it looked really neat. That's about how I feel about it.
The atmosphere was amazing for Anti-Tower. Prottle, how about you?
I've placed it an A, but I really like the anti-tower. I like the freaking glowy platforms that lead up to
Yes,
going
yes, I
into
know.
the astral like area where you fight the different elemental things and whatnot, and get the bridges built out of whatever random crap's flying around.
Yeah.
And the second fight, I love the second fight, just because Ziggy Stardust is somebody made a reference to David Bowie at some point during that. I'm pretty sure it was a memorial or something like that for it. I can't really say for sure. It just felt that way, and I really loved that fight. The reworked version of it isn't really all the same, but at the same time, it still feels fairly significantly good. And the last boss in there is just dolls.
Yeah, the last boss is the reason why I only am willing to give it a B. If the last boss had been anything else, I probably would give it an A right there with you. But the last boss is too creepy.
I really like the freaking the whole marmots raining down from the sky bit. That was fun to experience.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, I think it's a great dungeon. I put it in B. Put it fairly high in B. Lane, you started this one, right?
Yeah, it's a solid B for me. I didn't give it the letter when we talked before.
Laura?
Solid C for me.
You hated the final fight even more.
I find Calico and Brina creepy as fuck. But overall, like, it's a good looking dungeon. Like, I love the upside down building and like the glowy platforms outside. Like, I think they're both really cool. So like, I don't dislike a lot of it. Like, some of the fights are good. It's just not like a very like strong favorite or anything. So
fair. All right,
yeah,
let's move on to the next one.
Strong C.
Next one is Lost City of Omnipore Hard, and I'll start this one off because I love this dungeon. I think this dungeon has some of the best atmosphere in the game, some of the best music in pre-Shadowbringers. And the fights are really interesting. The fights did a lot of really neat things that weren't stuff that they had done a lot before then, but were things that they ended up doing in later fights as well, like the leaving clones that faced a certain way, so you had to like be cognizant of your facing, and the final fight, like inverting its mechanics so that like you on the one phase there's a healing circle, but on the other phase it's a damage circle, and just a lot of really cool stuff in there. Omnipore Hard is sitting right next to the vault in my A tier.
Yeah, as a high B for much the same reason. Like, I love the aesthetics, like the light mechanic, the ruined city. There's lots of treasure. It's one of the few dungeons that hasn't had all of the treasure stripped out of it.
And like once you get into the indoor area, like as you're descending down the stairs with like the little pillars of light that like weaken the trash packs, and
yeah, that's
so
the light mechanic that I was referencing, and I like the Warden of Light for the end boss.
Yep. Yeah, it's a nice little kind of Easter egg, I guess, for Shadowbringers. When you go back and look at it later, it's like, oh, I recognize you.
Yeah, so are you left over from the failed thing?
Yes, I would be really curious to know if, like, when those were designed, that was the intent, or if it was just like, we've got this cool mechanic that looks like something that looks like what we want,
we've got
or
this
cool
model.
NPC that we want to use, so we'll just use it again. Like, I would be really curious to know if that was intentional. It's like when Lost City of Omnipore was originally made.
Yeah.
But I will stop gushing. Proddle, Lane, do you have anything you want to say about Lost City of Omnipore Hard?
Pretty fun. You said most of the things.
The moth or butterfly is a pain.
Fair, but the moth is also a minion drop from there that is adorable.
Okay, the minion's fine, but the boss is a pain.
That's fair. It's a tough
love
boss. Well, if you guys don't have anything else to add about that one, where did you guys rank it?
Why did I rank it?
You said
B.
B, I think.
I think it was a high B. Yeah, I was trying to find the picture again.
I've got it a low A.
And Proddle, you said B?
Yeah.
Fair enough. So next we're moving on to Sorkai. Proddle, do you want to start with Sorkai?
Oh man. And on all honesty, I've only run this place like 3 times, and that was mainly because of the story, and then randomly getting it in whatever. I didn't like the Moogle fight because it just felt like Good King Moogle Mog rehashed into a dungeon fight. The Dark Pegasus was interesting. And then fighting what's his face at the end of the place before the revamp was a lot more fun than what it is
such
now.
A cool fight back then. That's what my note. Actually,
Yeah.
That's what my note is on this fight. Is prior to redesign, this would have been an A due to the final fight, but the new final fight is far less interesting. I put it in B.
The only other thing is the you kill the fans and you step half a pixel on the damn things and you're getting thrown in the air.
But you do get a speed buff off that.
Didn't know about the speed buff. I just got the annoyance of being thrown in the air.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got it in B.
Fair enough. Yep, same. Lane?
Yeah, same. Honestly, a lot of the Moogle stuff in this game just irritates me.
Yeah, I don't really like the FF14 Moogles that much.
I think they're one of the better looking Moogle, but
They're definitely not as creepy as the ones from, which one was it? Type 0.
yeah.
Type 0 Moogles are terrifying.
I have it rated as an F because I am sore about that final fight.
Oh, wow. Fair. I still give the rest of the dungeon a little bit of credit, but I am very disappointed about the final fight too. All right. Well, I think we've all said something about it. Yeah?
Yeah.
No, that's fair. If that final fight was so cool, and to have it turn into what it turned into, what it turned into wasn't terrible, but it's nothing compared to what it was before.
No.
So I need to
crappy.
take a quick stop at the bathroom, so I'm just going to start the discussion about this next one and then step away for a sec. I don't have anything to say about it because it's Hullbreaker hard. I put it in D next to the other Hullbreaker, so I will let you guys chat about it for a sec while I step away for a brief moment.
The Hullbreaker hard. It's just not a boss rush. A wave fight. It's just wave upon wave of mobs. It feels kind of meh. Second fight, there's a bit of nostalgia for me for this one because it's the frickin' the lightning snail thing, which was one of the first things you fought in Final Fantasy 3 or Final Fantasy 6, sorry. And then last boss in there is, I don't know, somebody we hear about in passing, and then we actually have to fight him, and he turns out to be even less impressive than what his stories were made up about him. Miss Beard.
Yeah.
Miss Beard is just a, well, you know.
Just sad.
Miss Beard
Yeah.
is more of a piss beard.
Yeah, I rated this as a D.
Yeah, the only reason I have it as a D is because of the snail.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not bad enough to belong in F, but it's not good. So yeah.
Yeah, this is another one that I did one time, and
Yeah.
was not impressed enough to go back.
Same. Nothing special. I am back, by the way.
Hi back, by the way. I'm lame.
Lane, by the way.
So, everybody done talking about Warbreaker Hard?
Yeah, we're all kind of roughly in agreement, I think, that it's
Nothing special.
Protel is mildly traumatized by the snail.
That's important.
The snail is nostalgia, but it's not really good nostalgia either, because that snail could kick your ass right at the start of
FF6.
yeah, it could kick you in the butt.
Yep, first boss of FF6 was not a pushover if you didn't know what you're doing.
I need to go back and actually finish 6.
You do. Alright, next we've got Zelphatol, which actually I feel the same way about as I did about Hullbreaker Hard. It's D and not a, not a happy D. It's right next to like Never Reap and Sastasha Hard as being like, meh.
I has it as C. I don't remember the order of the fights. I don't think I remember all the fights either. The one fight where you had to deal with the balloon guy was interesting. Something you had to get underneath him whenever
That
something
mechanic
knocked
was
up.
pretty cool, yeah. That was the second fight, I think.
The first fight was getting knocked back by something and lining yourself up so you hit walls and not get thrown into the spikes.
Yeah.
I don't fully remember the last fight in there, except
The last fight summoned Garuda.
Yeah, it was just like Garuda 2.0 and not even all that fun.
Yeah. I think you said it all. Anyone else have anything to add?
Not really.
No, that
pretty
was
much summed it
basically it. Yeah.
Oh. Alright, Gooble Hard.
No.
Lane,
I
you wanna
really
start?
like Google.
Oh, Laura,
I'm
start.
sorry.
No? You want to start? Go
I
ahead.
really like Google Hard. It's a good solid B for me. I like the last boss. I like the aesthetic as much as I do the original Google library. I like the big book house and piece you can get from it.
That's true. It has a really good house and piece drop. So what you're telling me is that when we get to Saint Mosian's Hard, it's going to be an S tier because you like the Vine partition?
It's entirely possible. That is the origin of the Verdant partition.
For me, I've got it like it's right next to, but like right above Google Library Normal. I feel the same about it as I do about Google Library Normal. It's a good, solid dungeon.
Yeah.
Throttle?
Yeah, Owl in the chair was great. The whole, what is it, three different things that he can do to you. I really enjoyed that fight. I enjoyed the other fights. Yeah, that was the first time we saw, well, outside of Alexander, we saw the liquid thing, because, oh god. I just remember the
Right,
liquid
yeah.
flame.
Liquid Flame was basically living liquid, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jiggly Butt, whatever man, as people would call him.
Pepsi Man.
But yeah, the fights were fun. I liked the freaking library. It was a lot brighter of a library than the first iteration of it, which really gave more detail. And there was more. Well, we weren't really in a restricted section in that one, so it wasn't as dark because we weren't dealing with darker tomes or more banned tomes or whatever.
Also, parts of it were on fire.
Yeah, somebody decided to burn the books. Well, Yeah, it was
it
fun.
being on fire increases the lighting.
Yeah, I got it.
Did I miss
technically
calling on
true.
anyone for this one, or has everyone had their piece?
Well, I think everyone's been
All right.
contributing.
Let's move on to Balsar's Wall. I guess I will go first on Balsar's Wall. It's a decent dungeon. I don't have a lot of positives to say, but I also don't have a lot of negative. It created one of FF14's greatest memes, so that's a positive. The redesign of the dungeon didn't really take anything away from it, but also didn't really add anything to it. So that's a fair and even case there. Yeah, it's just a decent capstone dungeon.
Yeah, it's a mid to low C to me for basically those reasons.
I give it a high C for the meme.
Yeah, the meme is definitely a little bit. Pruddle?
I liked it. I liked the place. It was one example of how one dude could just totally throw a freaking wrench into everybody's plans.
It's true.
And Papalimo, I have some respect for Papalimo, just because he decided to. Yeah, he made the ultimate sacrifice at the end of that one, and that was a high point for me, really.
I did find it a little frustrating that they didn't make his sacrifice mean anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like,
That
don't get me
was
wrong, he's a
one of the-
Lalafell, so I'm okay with the idea of a Lalafell dying for nothing. But, like, if you're gonna have a main character do a sacrifice, like do a big, grandiose sacrifice, have it accomplish something.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't care for Papa Lima very much as a character, it took, I don't know, it made it even less for me that it was like, oh, he just stalled for like 20 minutes while we did something else.
Yeah, he gave us enough time to run away, I guess. But, like, that's not enough. It should have accomplished more.
He gave us enough time. I think that if I remember the story bit for this one right, is he gave us enough time to go and find Omega, wake it up, beat back dipshit. Yeah, that's the first time we ran into dipshit general guy that just wouldn't leave us alone during the besides Zemos during Stormblood. You ran into that guy for the first time during that bit of story where you're trying to get into Omega's area.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name now.
Riaton.
No, Riaton was the guy who we fought at the end of ARR as the fight that ended up becoming the like solo trial that used to be
Oh, yeah.
Dave Westwood.
Yeah, but he did come back and
In Endwalker, yeah.
well, in Zoma Castle, wasn't he?
I thought we
No, that's
that's someone else.
Grinwald.
Yeah, that's Grinwald.
Oh, okay. So the
We go together!
Yeah, Riaton died in Cave Westwind, and
Okay. Galleons all look the same.
fair enough. And then we ran, and yeah, the next time we saw him was in Endwalker in Aisha Scope.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, this was right.
That was really cool, but we'll get to that later. All right, so yeah, Praddle's a little higher than the rest of us, but most of us are sitting in C for Belsers.
Yeah.
Our last Heavensward dungeon, Samal Hard. And, I feel the same way I did about Samal Hard. It is what it is. It's fine.
Yeah.
It was a Pokemon starters, but Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah, it's a D for me. Like it's fine. Nah.
Fair enough. Anyone have anything they want to say about Salmalhard, or are we content to just move on to Stormblood?
The fire crab at the end of that place was fun. I really
That's
enjoyed that, the whole shrinking of the arena, because he's drilling into it and causing the lava to flow.
That was, yeah, the final fight was pretty cool. Credit where credit was due.
Yeah. That's fun.
I will hold off on gushing for a bit on this. I'll let you guys talk first about this one, but Siren Song C.
You'll let us gush first.
If you guys want to gush or if you guys want to complain, whatever you guys want to do about it, Siren Song C, what does everyone think?
I like Siren. It is solid. I think people get really stupid doing Siren Song.
That's fair.
I was pretty disappointed in the rework. Like a lot of the fights themselves were fine, but it took out some of the charm. Like you're not like fighting with the NPCs.
Right, yeah, the opening sequence was
in the
definitely
beginning,
not
and
as
the
good.
whole like, I don't think they removed any mechanics, but everything felt very slow.
Yeah.
That was something we noticed throughout Stormblood as well. A lot of the fights, what they did to make the trusts able to handle them was just cut the pace of the mechanics down by like 20%. So that there was just a lot more time between mechanics.
Yeah.
Ronald, do you have anything to say about Siren Song? Take that as a no, kidding. Go ahead.
Let's see, that was Skeleton Dude that sunk into the ground.
Yep.
There was Squid Head, whatever ghosty thing. At least I think he was one of the bosses. The last boss was
Kind of a sirenish.
Yeah, Force March or whatever.
Yeah.
I just loved the ship graveyard aesthetic. Some of the fights were good, some of them weren't so good. The whole ship running into whatever to start off the dungeon was fun.
Yep. I loved the opening segment of this. Alright, then I will gush for a moment now. So this is actually up until, like, prior to Endwalker, this was my favorite first dungeon of an expansion. I put this at the top of my A tier. This dungeon is just, like, I loved this dungeon. I remember the story of it leading into it. I remember being so impressed by, like, the way they handled the story transition into it. I do agree with Alora that they took a lot of the charm out of the opening of the dungeon by taking away the NPCs.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't not hold that against the entire dungeon personally. I really liked all of the fights in here. I really liked the overall aesthetic, as Prado was saying. The ship graveyard is just so cool looking. I remember taking screenshots in this dungeon because I loved it so much. Yeah, no, this is, up until, like, as of this moment, this is my favorite dungeon that we have talked about.
Fair. I wouldn't quite take it that far for me, but I do enjoy it. It is a solid one for me.
Since I was the last to speak about that, let's move on to Chisui of the Violet Tides, which I am putting in the B tier, but very high in the B tier, kind of right next to Anti-Tower and the Therochemical Research Facility.
I think that's fair. Shisui it's very pretty, and some of the weapons from it are really cool too.
mechanics are really, really unique, like the old lady mechanic and stuff.
Yeah, I really don't have any complaints about this.
Yeah, it's B rank for me. I can't really add anything. I just love the fact that it was a giant bubble underwater with a city in it.
It was so cool, like the aesthetic of it, and then swimming down to it to unlock it. And... Alora, would you like to gush?
I would like to gush. This is an S for me.
I kind of thought so.
The aesthetics are just so fantastic. The gear that comes from it is really good looking.
True.
Like those first few pulls outside and a couple of the ones inside are really tough, but that kind of makes it fun. It's not just
Memorable,
like,
yeah.
you know, unga bunga brain. I like the bosses, like I like the seduce mechanic. Yeah, I think it's really good. I really like it. It's really pretty.
It's one of my favorites from Shadowbringers for sure.
Stormblood.
Yeah, that's one. You know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I don't think I like it quite as much, but I love it, and it's definitely one of my top, like, maybe top 20 to 25 dungeons. As I put it, like, it's currently sitting second in the B tier, right behind Hawk Manor. So, like, yeah, it's right up there for sure. Which would put it as my 5th favorite dungeon of the ones we've talked about. Anyone else? Everyone said their piece, or does anybody else want to add anything for that?
I think I'm good.
Okay. Then I will move us on to Bardam's Medal. Prottle, did you want to go first about Bardam's Medal?
Sheepies can be a bit of a pain. Charging bulls can be a bit of a pain. Simon says is pretty cool. Bird is confusing because can't tell if it's one bird or multiple. You break your legs a lot in this place, and you
Yeah, you do.
Well, you know, when we were going in there, someone did tell us to break a leg, so, you know, we took that literally. No, I'm kidding.
I has placed it at a B.
Okay. Alora, did you want to go second?
Sure, I've got it as an A. I really like the test of your reflexes. The
learning dungeon.
Yeah, the boss is just the do the mechanics right. I like the learning dungeon aspect of it. I think it is a little late in the game for a learning dungeon. I wish they had something like this earlier
in ARR
in like
or
ARR or very early Heavenswood.
Yeah, fun fact, my little note for this dungeon is good teaching dungeon if late in the game for that purpose.
Yeah, the aesthetics are great. Like, it's very bright. It feels like it's part of the Azim step.
love
the
that
fight,
you
the
got-
actual.
I love that the big story moment for this was us getting the final boss as a mount.
Yes. Yeah. It felt like the Azim step, but the actual fights were pretty good. The first trash pull can be kind of rough if you try to go wall to wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. But overall, I like it a lot.
I actually haven't done it since the rework.
Not a lot has changed. It's very similar. This is what the one thing that I would say has changed is like this kind of the same thing as we said about Siren Song. A lot of the mechanics on the fights have slowed down, so you might only see like one version of a mechanic instead of two if you're doing good DPS. But aside from that, I think the fights are very similar.
It has one of my personal, like, my own memes that I say to myself for my own amusement. My favorite bosses being Do Nothing and Bird. Literally just a bird.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, just a bird.
Yep. So I've got this in B, and again, same as I said, it's a great teaching dungeon. I think it's fantastic aesthetically. As Laura said, it fits really well. It's sitting right kind of in the middle of B. Actually, amusingly, it's right next to Copperbell Mines, which I like for largely the same reasons.
Yeah. I so agree with what Alora said about I wish it was earlier.
Yeah, they should totally rework one of the dungeons in ARR to have the Bardam's Metal fight in it. Maybe a slightly easier version of it, but like the same concept.
Yeah, I think this kind
100%.
of like learning, like touch base. Here's some mechanics we're going to be using in the future expansions, like in this expansion and the others going forward, would be a good idea for like every expansion to have a little bit of that.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised they didn't do something like that in Katana Ravel. It would have been a perfect place for it in Shadowbringer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no,
I love Katana Ravel.
I do too. We'll get to that later, though.
Yeah. We're getting close to the point where I'm gonna have much more to say about.
Yeah, same. We're getting to the point where it's going to be actual discussions, which is why I'm trying to kind of keep things moving now, because I feel like once we hit Shadowbringers and like the end of Stormblood, there's going to be some discussions.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So is everyone good with moving on? We're all content with this kind of being BA-ish?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
No problem. Yawn all you want. Doma.
I will.
We are onward to Doma Castle. There. And I will start this one off, unless
Yeah.
Elaine really wants to.
No, you're good.
Okay. I think this is... So I think this dungeon would be an A tier for me, except for one problem it has. And Alora and I ran into that problem when we were running it, and I've run into that problem every time I've run this. The early trash is like twice as hard as it should be. That first wave, like that first two, like the first section of trash up to the first boss, hits way too hard.
I think the only caveat that I would give to that is if you have a fully competent group, that first couple of pulls, with how big they are, is incredibly fun to see your numbers, just because that's like...
Yeah, no, I
at
think
this point,
the number
every
of enemies
class is really
great.
starting to get
Yeah.
like a real grip on what their class identity is.
Everyone say hello to Ben, who has just stopped by in chat.
Hello, Ben.
Hello, Ben.
You are catching
Hello.
about halfway into the tier list now, so you've got another 40 dungeons or so for us to talk about here, and we're getting into like the late stuff. So this is where it's getting juicy. But yeah, so to go respond to what you're saying there, yeah, I agree. I think I don't think those trash packs are bad how they are. I think they just needed to dial down the damage they dealt.
Yeah.
By like dial down like the damage the first couple packs dealt by like 20%. Like, cause like they are way too hard. Almost every time I've been in there, unless it's me healing and Alora tanking, almost every time I've seen a near wipe or a wipe on the first packs.
Yeah, I have seen and been part of quite a lot of groups that struggle on that because like
it's just those packs are so brutal.
If you're tanking and your healer's kind of new and doesn't know how to use their cooldowns, it doesn't matter how well you use your cooldowns,
and the opposite,
and vice versa.
You need both a super competent tank and a super competent healer. And you know, when we went through there on our last time doing it to refresh our memory and to see the changes to it that they did, I was tanking, so not super competent tank.
Yep.
So, like, I'm not saying I'm a bad tank, I'm just not, like, super experienced at tanking, and that was enough for us to have a wipe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I think, like, that is my one caveat for that dungeon. If it wasn't for that, I would put it in A tier, because, like, it's great visually, the bosses are really interesting. I just think
We
that
go
they,
together.
I just think that the scaling on that first trash is just too high.
Yeah, I like a lot of the fights in there,
Yeah.
and I am kind of tempted to give it an A.
Yeah.
But
Go
I
ahead.
think that you're right with a high B for that.
Yeah, I rated it a C with much the same reasoning. Like, it's a really interesting look, coming in through the broken walls, fighting through the
And
galleons, and
looking
then
down at the dungeon
inside
flooding.
the destroyed palace is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would, love to be able to go in exploration mode to that rebuilt and back to its glory days, and
Yeah.
take screenshots and stuff. But yeah, a couple of the pulls are really weird. And they did the kind of same thing we were talking about in Siren Song, which they did in I think all of the Stormblood dungeons we went into. Like, they slowed the boss mechanics down a bit, so we didn't see kind of even the mechanics that we would have expected to see, like the number of repetitions from before they retuned it. It's
True. Yeah, that's very true.
taking a while for the boss to move on to the next mechanic, so we're not even seeing from the first boss, we didn't see a tower at all, and I don't know if that's because they removed the tower or
If it was just
because
slow.
we didn't get to the tower because we only got one section of those electrified lines that bounce you about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it felt kind of really weird pacing wise.
Agreed. Yeah.
That's fair.
But
Yeah,
it's
I think
still
that
like a
does have
decent-
one of my favorite visual set pieces in almost any dungeon. Of during those first trash packs, if you just look down and you see the flood washing out with building pieces and stuff in it as you're going.
Yeah.
That is such a cool set piece.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah. Proddle, did you have anything to add about Doma?
No. And I'm sorry to say, but I'm running out of steam.
Fair enough. If you need to step out, that's fine. I'm sorry we didn't get this started earlier to have more time with you.
No, it's okay.
If you want to finish up your tier list and post it in chat, we'll still post it with all of the others, and we can compare everyone's tier lists at the end.
Alright.
You don't need to finish it right now, just if you want to take the time to finish it afterwards, I'll be happy to, compare what we all thought.
Yeah, I'll finish it up and post it and whatever.
Okay. Thank you for being here, though. It was fun having the extra voice in. Did you
Take
want
it
to
easy,
head out
Proddle.
now, or did you want to stick around for a little bit longer? It's up to you.
I didn't realize what time it was, and I'm definitely starting to, fall asleep here, so.
Sounds good. We will talk to you later. Thanks for being here.
Good to see you as always.
It was fun.
Okie dokie. Let us get going then to Castrum Abania.
Castrum Abania.
I guess Alora wants to start, so let's let Alora start.
No. Laura's just sighing about Castrum Abania.
So I think Alora and I had a slightly different opinion on this one when we went and redid it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a decent teaching dungeon. I thought they did it so this is one of the first dungeons where they've had players have to, because this is the re-updated version, so they changed some of the stuff in it. I thought it was a decent dungeon for teaching players to deal with multiple mechanics simultaneously.
Mm-hmm. And I'm having trouble placing. This is the one where you go through and you have the canisters with the hypertuned inside them, right?
Yes. Yeah. And the boss before was the reference to Final Fantasy VI, where you had the dude who attuned you to elements, and you had to...
Yeah.
They got rid of that mechanic, though.
Huh.
The new version of that boss is a I think a much less interesting boss, but a better teaching boss. Like I think overall the dungeon was fairly boring, so I'm giving it a C. But I do think it's a decent dungeon for teaching players to kind of get used to watching mechanics that like the type of thing they'll see in like trials and extremes and stuff. So I think that's an okay part of it. So I give it a little bit of credit for that, which is why I'm putting it in C. But ultimately, it is a very boring dungeon.
Yeah, they removed what little bit of interest there was in the boss fights. The trash balls were all the same, I think.
Yeah.
But it's a low D.
Yeah, in the original I enjoyed like if you had a good group, the fun of trying to get all the canisters down before the ads could spawn.
That was a fun little mini game, and that's still there.
But the old bosses I thought were fairly interesting. I can't really comment on the new ones.
Yeah, so the first boss is very similar, but just slower. Like, as we said, they've slowed everything down in Stormblood for some reason. So his mechanics are largely the same. He still has the same, like, line nukes where he charges across and you have to pick the one that's broken to stand in the line and stuff like that. The second boss is now he chooses an element to attune to, and when he's attuned to that element, he does a bunch of mechanics based off of that element's theme. And like he'll do like 3 quick casts in a row that you have to be aware of what they're doing and react to the different markers very quickly. That's the one thing that I think is a good teaching mechanic. And then the final boss is just a slower version of the old boss. I think they removed a couple mechanics from the final boss, but it is also possible we just killed it before it got to them.
Yeah.
Because again, everything's slower. So yeah.
Yeah, I thought the last boss in there originally was like a pretty good, kind of like ups the pace a bit and gets you more towards what some of the later mechanics look like, but I don't know if they've slowed it down then.
Slow.
Yeah, there's not really much actual.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's move on then. Don't want to spend too much time on crap. Next is Alamigo.
We're Alamigo!
I had Alamigo in C, slightly above Castrum Urbania, kind of in the same sort of areas like Tamtara and Sestasha. It's a mediocre dungeon. It did a pretty good job of feeling like an actual occupied city. Like I liked the kind of the way they integrated enemies in, like the enemy trash, like running over like the ramps on the walls, and I like that part of it. Overall, mediocre.
Yeah. I think that's pretty solid explanation of that place.
Yeah, mine's a C as well. Like the atmosphere is good. The actual playing combat is kind of mediocre. Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to Kugane Castle, which I'm kind of just sitting right next to it. I honestly don't remember a lot about Kugane Castle as a dungeon. I remember it being kind of okay.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah.
I didn't really... It wasn't terribly memorable for me either.
Okay.
Yeah, the same. I think did it a couple times. I don't remember. Like, it's not one of those ones that makes me go, ugh.
Is that the one where it's the first Xenos fight at the end, or is
no,
that...
No, the first Xenos fight was Alamigo.
Alamigo.
That's right. Yeah. I did
Kugane
like
Castle,
that fight.
The final boss was... Kugane Castle's final boss was... what's his name? The guy who throws the money around. And the animal has to pick it up.
Yeah, the thing from the Gold Sorcerer's based on.
Yeah. It is actually the same person too. It's the mercenary who was hired by the Gold Saucer to do that afterwards.
Yeah, Yojimbo.
Yojimbo, yeah. Yeah, nothing like there's a couple of okay mechanics in there, but nothing memorable. I honestly feel about the same about the Temple of Fisting, which is our next one. I don't have a no, there it is. I was gonna say, do I not have a picture for this one? But no, I found it. Yeah, Temple of Fisting, I feel about the same. It's boring, not a lot to say. Not super bad, but it's not super great. I did like the fact that some of the story surrounding it was pretty cool, but
Yeah, like again, the setting is beautiful. Like
Oh,
the
yeah,
temple
the
itself,
setting's
they
so
did a really
good.
good job of, and the views. It is kind of disappointing you did not actually get out onto Uralga's fist at any point
Yeah.
except for a very brief cutscene. I
Yeah,
was
2
really
cutscenes,
hoping
yeah.
that the temple would lead out there.
And that would be where the final fight would be. Yeah, that would have been a
Yeah.
perfect place for the final fight.
Yeah, the
So
dungeon
disappointing.
was fine. Nothing particularly memorable either way about it, except for like the view and the temple being pretty.
I keep wanting to call
So
on
it's a-
Throttle to see if he has anything
It's
to
a
say.
C.
Yeah. Lane, do you have anything else to say, or just agreement?
Not really. It's nothing to write home about.
Then our next story dungeon is our next one, and that is the Drowned City of Scala. I'm putting this down in the D. The updated version of it is just such a boring dungeon. They got rid of everything that was interesting in it.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's very fair. I would agree with it being a D.
Like, it's not like a terrible dungeon or anything, so it doesn't belong in the F tier. I don't think they've...
It's still pretty, but
Yeah,
yeah,
but
a lot
like-
of the mechanics are just bland now.
And like they got rid of the part where you turn into like the ghosts to go across the
I was
pit.
so disappointed in that.
Like, yeah, they got rid of so many little things that were interesting before are just now, oh, there's a bridge.
Yeah, you do not get to turn into a blobby thing to go across the void. There's a magic bridge from nowhere.
Unfortunate.
It really is.
And the seahorse thing doesn't do as much.
Yeah, the seahorse also suffered from the same thing where the mechanics were slowed down to the point that it was just easy, and there was nothing to really pay attention to. I remember that dungeon being like one of the hardest dungeons in Stormblood when I was starting to learn to heal, and now it's just like there's nothing better anymore. They made it they slowed things down too much on a couple of these dungeons. Have you done the updated version at all, Ian?
I have not done the updated version of this one.
What did you think of it, like, based off the old version? Where did you rank it? Where would you rank it?
Based off the old version, I'd probably rank it a C. It wasn't like mind-blowing, it wasn't super exciting, but it wasn't bad. It was pretty.
Yeah,
Most of the Stormblood dungeons are very pretty.
Yes.
I can
The
always
art in
give them
Stormblood
that.
is
Yeah.
amazing in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
It just-
I felt this. I would say I agree with you completely about the old version. That would have been a C. It's such
Yeah,
a
I would
pity
have done probably mid to high C for the original version, but yeah, just all of the fun stuff was taken out. I'm not quite as sore as I am about the last fight from Sorkai.
Yeah.
But I am pretty salty about not
The
being
blobby
able,
things.
not transforming into the blobs.
Okay, well, let's move on to something a little better. Let's move on to Hell's Lid. Now, for me,
You guys actually ran through all of those with me
Yep.
when you were helping me unlock the trials.
given that, I'll let you start on Hell's Lid.
I thought pretty much everything in that series of quests was really neat. All of it was very pretty. The story was solid. I really don't have any complaints about anything from there. It wasn't mind-blowing with how good it was, but it was good.
Yeah. Where are you ranking Hell's Lid?
I'd give it a B, I think.
Yeah, I'm at the same.
Not
Laura?
I ranked it an A, but like my feelings are very similar. Like it was a really good looking dungeon. Like there
The
were some
final
really
fight was really good.
interesting fights. The
I
final
could
fight
be
was the
convinced
first
to give it a
one.
low A.
The first one with like the low down arena and the lava boss was interesting.
That was so cool, yeah. And like
So
the
yeah.
path to get like the parts where you're like going through there fighting against the lava and stuff. That was really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but it was fun. The
I've got
story
it high
journey
B.
project
Yeah.
was fun.
Not quite as high B as Doma, but like right up there.
Yeah.
Okay. Fractal Continuum hard.
That's a D because I literally don't remember it.
I marked it slightly higher than regular Fractal Continuum for the same reasons as I put Fractal Continuum in the C. This is a like mid C instead of a bottom C. Fractal Continuum hard was like a really interesting visual experience, and the fights were slightly better than the original Fractal Continuum. So I've got it kind of in that same category.
I did put the original Fractal Continuum in a D as well, so
Yeah.
like it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I
it's-
can
very
agree with all of that.
Yeah, it's like a tiny bit better than the original Fractal Continuum. It's got all the same things that were okay or good about Fractal Continuum. And the fights are a little bit better, but Fractal Continuum was not that good to begin with. So
Yeah.
the second dungeon in the series of the Four Lords, Swallow's Compass. Laura, do you want to start gushing about Swallow's Compass?
Love Swallow's Compass. Why did I rate Swallow's Compass? You know what? I put it as a B, but I think I'm gonna move it up to an A.
I've got it an A.
Yeah, I love Swallow's Compass. I love the way it begins, where you're kind of running around in a circle, dealing with like the
Yeah.
basically like little mini bosses and going in those
Even though it's
underwater
100%
tunnels.
linear, it doesn't feel linear at the start.
Yeah, you're doing that little circle around so you can open the door, and then you're, running through those underwater tunnels, and then you're up in the air. You've got like toothpaste guy who, you see again later.
Yep.
In the trials, and then like when you're up in the outside area, it is so pretty. They did such a good job of the graphics yet again in
That is the
Stormblood,
prettiest dungeon in Stormblood.
knocking it out of the park.
Like, Stormblood has a lot of pretty dungeons, but Swallow's Compass is my favorite visual from Stormblood.
You guys will get no argument from me with your assessment.
Swallow's Compass is the tiniest marks below Siren Song C, but it's in the same category. Right up there in A, right near the top of A. Yep.
Yeah.
Next, then, shall we move on to The Burn?
So I have the burn as a solid C.
I feel the same. It's right in the middle. It's got some interesting. It's got some really good atmosphere. I really liked the salt desert look. I'm
gonna be honest, I don't remember the burn very well.
So it's the one that's like really like white.
Yeah.
You fight like a mist dragon at the end of it. There's lots of like
Yeah,
almost
it's a
dune,
desert,
like,
but
Yeah.
it's a desert that looks like it's made of snow, but it's not. Like,
Okay, yeah.
It's so white. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a solid C for that too. I really like the atmosphere. I really like the music. The mechanics are a little boring, and I think they made the mechanics a little bit more boring with the updates.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay, let's just move on to the next one then. No point wasting time. Our next one is St. Mosian's Arboretum Hard, which I have as a high B. It's gorgeous, the fights are fun, there's some interesting loot in there. Just a solid, very, very good dungeon.
I have it as an A.
That's fair.
It's beautiful. There's the really interesting mechanics with
The mud.
the mud and how they change the enemies, and you can wash it off.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
The last boss is fun with like the floor, and sometimes you want him on the grate, and sometimes you want him off the grate, and sometimes you want to be on the grate versus on the solid. And I mean, we cannot forget that the verdant partition comes from this stuff.
Yep.
That's facts.
Anything to add, Lane?
You really can't argue with that, owing to the fact that it's
Hard fact. Yep.
No, again, on this one, I agree. I don't think there's too much more that I could say.
Where did you rank it?
I gave it an A. Again, I've only done it a couple of times, but
Laura and I
it
have
was
done it
one of
so
the
many times.
it was one of the more enjoyable for those dungeons that I haven't had an opportunity to do too many times.
Well, we have an illustrious occasion in 2 reasons. Number 1, we're on our last Stormblood dungeon. And number 2, this is my first S tier dungeon. The Gimlet Dark.
Oh, wow.
The Gimlet Dark is just a spectacular display of how good, when all cylinders are firing, how good the FF14 team can make dungeons feel from both a mechanics, a visual, an atmosphere, and a storytelling perspective, all working together to create just a spectacular experience.
That is fair.
Yeah, no arguments here. I did rate it as an A, but it's like a solid to high A. Like the story is really good. They did such a good job with the atmosphere. It's another dungeon.
Really feels like you're in a war.
Yeah, it's another dungeon like Keeper of the Lake, where they did a really good job of your transition, like through the walled areas.
Yeah.
Like they made it really logical as to like why you had to stop and why you were able to progress on.
Yeah.
After that, and yeah, it's just so.
It's fantastic.
So good.
It is my first S tier. It is the best dungeon before Shadowbringers, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I can't really argue with you there.
Yeah, that is deserved.
Let us move on to Shadowbringers then. And here I feel like I might surprise some people with my score on the first dungeon here, because this dungeon so many people rank so highly. I am going to be putting Holminster Switch, whenever I find it, in the B tier. And low in the B tier.
Man. I really like Holminster Switch. I give it an A, personally. It was, with all the leveling and stuff that I was doing, it was one of the dungeons that I consistently had fun with, even though I was running it over and over and over again.
So, do you want to hear my reasoning?
Yeah, go for it.
My reasoning, and this dungeon got marked heavily down for the same reason that I marked Doma down a little bit. This is one of the worst dungeons from a scaling perspective.
Yeah, I can definitely give you that. It is.
If you are doing this with an inexperienced or an ungeared healer or tank, or worse, both, this dungeon is hell.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It is.
There were
so
many times
bad
where
at,
it was just.
They did
it was
such
absolutely
a
hell.
Terrible job of making that dungeon feel like where it should be, and that's what I mark it down for. Is like, from a story perspective, it's really cool. How could anyone ever forget seeing the second boss there when you get there?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and realize who it is you're fighting? It's like, oh shit! Like,
how
could anyone ever forget that?
The story is so good. It's gorgeous. The mechanics are all really cool for the bosses.
I thought the third boss was a little bit not very good. Like, I don't think the third boss the third boss is one of my lower rated final bosses of a dungeon from that era.
That's fair.
A lot of the mechanics were kind of awkward, and there was some stuff that was harder to read than it should have been. But yeah, that's the big thing that holds it back for me, is that the balance of that dungeon is so bad. Like, that dungeon is harder than Dawn Meg. That dungeon is harder than, like, Katana Ravel and Malik as well. Like, I don't understand why that dungeon was balanced so badly.
Yeah. I will say, while it is probably the worst of them in Shadowbringers for that balancing, there is a decent bit of dungeons in Shadowbringers that are just like not to that same extent, but the scaling on some of the mobs is
Shadowbringer
very
had
rough.
a lot of fairly tough dungeons, but like none of them felt nearly as harsh as Bullminster Switch to me. Like, I've run that dungeon so many times, and like probably 60% or 70% of my runs through Bullminster Switch have been painful.
That's fair. I kind of took it as a challenge when I was leveling my tanks and my healers.
Yeah,
Like,
but like,
I'm going to survive this.
yeah, just like when you get there and it's just like, oh, we just, the tank just wiped. Like, I benediction them and they were dead in half a second. Like, oh,
Yeah.
well.
Yeah, if you don't use your cooldowns, it's just it's over. There's nothing you can do.
I mean, sometimes even if you use your cooldowns, if you don't have a competent healer.
Yeah, or if you, you know, use your
fucked.
cooldown slightly wrong and your DPS aren't quite as good and the trash packs last 5 seconds longer than you expected.
Yep.
Then you run out of cooldown and die.
I largely agree with what you guys have said. However, to me, the attunement on the difficulty is so bad, it actually dropped it all the way down to a D for me.
Wow, okay,
That's fair.
so we're on, like, I didn't give it quite that much because I just thought that there were so many good moments associated with it.
If it were
But
better tuned, it would probably be a solid B. Because, like, the story is good, the graphics are good, that moment with the second boss is just, like, awesome, like...
And, like, they don't make a big deal out of it either. You just, you have to realize it when you're looking at the boss,
you have
like,
to recognize the name, and her name is escaping me right now,
Yeah,
but
same.
yeah, it doesn't make a big
something
deal out
with
of
a
it.
T.
Yeah.
Can I
Tesleen.
Tesleen. Yep.
Yeah, if you don't remember her name from Alize's story, you'll never recognize her, but if you do, then it's like, oh shit.
It is, then it is, like, earth-shattering. For that moment, it's like, oh, they're really not pulling their punches here.
Yeah, and like, that was really good, but it's just such a bad dungeon to run.
Yep, exactly.
It just makes it unpleasant and... Yeah, to me it really...
I cannot blame anyone for rating it low. Just
every time I hear people
personally
talking
had
about
such a-
like it being an S tier, one of the best dungeons, I'm like, you did not tank or heal that thing ever.
I just personally had so much fun with it that
That's
I
fair.
can't.
Yeah. I'm not gonna talk you out of it. It's your tier list, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that is my reasoning. Like, I think it's a great dungeon from a story perspective, and if it was balanced better, I could even be I would be even considering putting it in like either high A or low S, if it was balanced well. Like, if it felt good to run it from a balance perspective, I could see it being one of my favorite dungeons. So I understand completely.
Yep.
All right, that was a fun discussion. Let's move on to Dawn Meg, which I actually am putting a little tiny bit, maybe right here, in the B tier. I think it's much better balanced, and I think there's some, I don't know, I loved the Pixies. Dawn Meg was my favorite zone, just about.
Yeah, Dawn Meg is absolutely gorgeous. I'm
It
also
is.
giving
It is so beautiful.
I will never forget my first time seeing that moment where the bridge slowly appears across the water and then the palace unveils.
Mm-hmm.
I will never
it
forget
is
that.
so beautiful.
Like that is like engraved in my memory forever.
This will probably be surprising, but I had more issues with bad groups in Don Meg than I ever had
Huh.
in Holminster.
That
Don
first pull in
Yeah,
Dawn
the first
Meg
couple
is
pulls in
often
Dawn Meg
pretty
are tough.
rough.
Yeah. No, I
And
can see it.
the last set of pulls.
Yeah, a lot of
right
people
before
got way
Yeah.
too big for their britches for the last pulls.
Yeah, I was constantly having like tanks who thought they could do way more than they could,
Yeah.
and then getting pissed off at healers and leaving, or you know,
no, I
vice
can
versa.
see that. It's definitely a tough dungeon for sure.
But I mean, I still love it. It is beautiful. It was a lot of fun. The music's all whimsical and interesting, and I really like the way that they played it off.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't have anything negative to say about it, really.
Yeah, I rated it a high C. Could probably be talked into a B. It's beautiful. It's very pixie. But there are some tuning issues with some of those pulls, like that first one and then the ones before the last boss that you were talking about, Lane.
Yeah, and yeah,
Which
that's
to
why.
me drags it down a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I only put it in I put it slightly above Holminster Switch in the B tier, kind of in the middle of the B tier, because like it's a little bit better balanced than Holminster Switch, but it still has a little bit of that problem in it. Katana Ravel. We briefly touched on this before. Who wants
I
to start?
really
with
love
Katana
the aesthetics
Ravel?
in Katana Ravel. It is so cool, the way they did like the underground Lost City thing, and a lot of the mechanics are really cool.
Yep, I agree completely. Where did you rank Katana Ravel, just out of curiosity?
I am leaning towards high A right now.
Oh wow.
I'm actually right there with you. Katana Ravel is in the mid to high A tier for me.
I just need to find it.
It's way down at the bottom. It's like the second last dungeon on the list.
Yeah, I found it.
I just had to go down and dig for it too. Yeah, no, Katana Ravel's in the A tier for me. It is a fantastic dungeon. I think one of my favorite parts about Katana Ravel was that a lot of the trash actually felt like bosses. Like, the trash felt like mini bosses. They had mechanics that you had to do, and there were puzzle elements
They
to it,
really
and-
did. I think that was one of the best examples of the trash giving you hints for what the bosses are gonna do
Yep.
and stuff like that.
The story was really good around it too, and I loved the story of like the eastern half of what's the name of the forest now? Lockheed Forest. Raktika.
Raktika, yeah.
Like the V, pardon, not the Viera, the V story. I really enjoyed their lore and getting to know them and that part, and then leading into Katana Ravel. But yeah, I think Katana Ravel is probably the best balanced dungeon in Shadowbringer 2. The only times I've had problems in Katana Ravel running it were when people just ignored the mechanics entirely. And you can't blame the dungeon if you ignore the mechanics.
Yeah, people were always really bad about
Picking the right
ignoring
side to
or
dodge the lasers
just-
and stuff.
and like on the last boss, people are just so awful about paying attention to all of his shit.
Yeah. But like, it was all really good. It was all I would, if somebody were to try and talk me into ranking that dungeon in the S tier, I might be convincible, but I think I'm happy with it in the A tier.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page with that.
Alora, how do you feel on that?
Slightly less enthusiastic than you guys do, but I do overall agree with what you're saying. I have ranked it as a high C, partly because I'm slightly less enthusiastic, but also because, I mean, the Shadowbringers dungeons are all pretty tough, because Shadowbringers is really when they kind of hit their stride in their dungeon design,
It's fair.
aside
Yeah.
from a couple of shooting issues. So like for me, the aesthetics, the atmosphere are not quite as good as some of the other dungeons. Like, it's a little dark. at least for my kind of vision issues. So that kind of knocks it down a little bit for me, but it is overall a good dungeon, and it is very well balanced, as you guys said. And they do a good job of demonstrating the mechanics before you get to the boss, which is something that I do wish they did more, because it was really good to see in this dungeon, and I think it would be helpful.
I would love to see more dungeons where the trash packs felt less like just nameless groups of random mobs to AoE down,
and they were
more
like
mini bosses that had mechanics and.
Well, yeah, like the boss is the elite version of the trash boss.
Yeah.
And I feel like they have been doing that more as time has gone on.
That's fair. They've done it a bit in Endwalker and some of the later dungeons, yeah. A bit. Not a ton, but a bit.
Yeah.
Not as much as they could, for sure, but...
I agree overall with your guys' sentiments. Slightly
Not
less
as exciting.
enthusiastic.
Yeah.
I see, yeah.
Alright, onward to our next dungeon. This one is Malika's Well. And I'm gonna be honest, I think this is the worst dungeon in Shadowbringers, but I don't hate it. I'm gonna put it in C. I think it's kind of boring overall, but it's still got some interesting mechanics. I do quite like the final boss.
Yeah, I very much like the boss fights in this dungeon. I do agree that, like, it's a little lackluster in some of the other aspects, but yeah, the way the bosses are done, I enjoyed quite a lot.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I rated it a D, much the same logic. It's a little bit lackluster compared to the other ones. I do like the final boss, the like triangle prismy dude.
Where you have like the
like
you have like the mechanics, and it's like then it does the mechanics in like a circle around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah,
I like
I
Storage
like that.
quite a lot.
Yeah, that.
It does concern me every time he cranks our intestines, though.
Yep. But yeah, no, I think that that boss is the shining star of that dungeon. Like, if that boss weren't as good as it was, I would put that dungeon in the D tier for sure. But that final boss is good enough that I'm like, yeah, no, this is a mid-C dungeon for it. Alright, let's get on to something a little bit more exciting in Mount Gulg.
I rated Mount Gulg as a strong C.
Fair.
I like the story of it. I like the bosses. The wall boss is interesting, and the last boss.
The cube, like the cubes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the wall of
really
cubes
liked
with like the
Cube is
corresponding
one
to
of
the
my
cubes
favorite
on the floor.
bosses.
Yeah.
Yeah, that boss is so cool though. Like, I even though it's
Like,
silly to
cubes do
say
nothing
that,
and
like,
bird.
Yeah.
it's
Do
silly
Nothing
to say
Bird
that.
and Cube are three of my favorite bosses in this game.
It's so ridiculous to say, but it's true. That boss was so good. But yeah, I've got it ranked in as a solid B myself. And yeah, I think it's a very good dungeon. I love the aesthetic of it. Crawling up like the arm of the giant Talos to get
Yeah.
onto it, and then as it started shifting into like the white aesthetic when you got into like the end.
I still don't understand why we built the giant robot to take us up there when we have teleportation magic.
I do not know. No one knows.
Because they wanted the aesthetic of a giant robot for us to walk up, okay?
You know, that's fair. I really enjoy Mount Gulg. I'm a little biased on this one. My brother and I meme that one all to hell.
Okay, fair enough. That's a good reason to like it, though. That's a perfectly valid reason to like something.
Yeah, so it is one of my favorites. I definitely, this one I think is probably the second worst as far as the tuning issues of some of those packs.
Yes, yeah, it's really hard. It's a very
oh
And
my god, the
see,
first
that's-
packs, especially if you try to go wall to wall.
But I do think the one thing that makes it less so, at least nowadays, is that it's a level 9 dungeon, which means that you get scaled down to the 10, which meant you got to keep your full item level going into it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and you have all of your max
tuning-
level abilities.
Yeah, that tuning is what knocked it down to me from like a B to
That's
a
fair,
C.
Yeah, it definitely had some tuning issues. I can 100% agree with that.
A great design dungeon, but some tuning issues.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to the other ones that I've rated as C from Shadowbringers. Like,
Yeah,
Good tone
Shadowbringers, they
around
had
one
some
there.
weird... I wonder if, like, at the end of Stormlit, they got feedback that their dungeons weren't hard enough. And they took that to heart, because, like, they really went all in on me.
I also wonder if, like, they did make a number of class changes, I believe, at the beginning of Shadowbringers, like with the expansion.
Yeah,
So I
maybe.
wonder if they misunderestimated the impact those changes would have.
Yeah, or
actually
maybe, like,
playing
their
the game.
internal... Yeah, maybe their internal teams were, like, really good with the changes or something. But yeah, no, I definitely agree. There were a lot of tuning issues in Shadowbringer, and Mount Gold was certainly right up there with Ulminster as having that problem. Shall we move on to our next dungeon, which I feel like we all are going to have the same opinion on, but possibly for slightly different reasons? Which is Amarat, which is one of the best dungeons in the game from a storytelling, a visual, a mechanic, a everything perspective.
Yeah, Amarat is so good.
Amarat is S tier for me.
Yeah.
I
Amarat
should run it more than I have, because
The one
it is
thing
legitimately
I will
really
knock
good.
against it, though, there is one thing that I think was not very good, and that was the second boss fight. Which was largely just trash.
Yeah.
And, you know, I hold that against another dungeon a little later on, so I would be, you know, wrong if I didn't at least mention it. But it's hard to hold that against it when everything else in that dungeon was so good.
Yeah, agreed. People are so bad at the last boss, though.
It's true, but that just makes it more fun. Like, I don't
a lot
mind
of people
wiping to that last boss at all, because it's just fun.
A lot of people assume that if he gets to the end, you die.
Yeah.
But I found out the hard way that you can just stand at the end almost indefinitely. I was tanking, and my group was ass and
Depends
kept
on
dying.
the gear level to an extent as well, because you do eventually have to just start eating his laser.
Yeah,
And
that was the hard part.
most people can't just eat the laser.
I went from, like, when I got pushed to the end, the boss was at 35%, and I almost soloed him.
Yeah.
It just barely got out of sync with my cooldowns.
Yeah. But yeah, that dungeon is so good, and like, I don't think there is a better visual in the entire game than what you can, after you beat the final boss, and even as you're approaching the final boss, if you just go to the end of that platform and look down. I don't think there's a better visual in the entire game than that.
And like, it really makes you like appreciate and sympathize a lot more with the plight of the Asians and why they're willing to go to the lengths that they are.
Given what they watched happen, yeah, no, it's incredible. In case nobody else is watching chat, Ben just said he's impressed by how much we all remember from these dungeons. So part of it is we did go back, like Alora and I at least went back and ran a bunch of them, but these dungeons that we're talking about now, the Shadowbringer ones and then into the Endwalker dungeons, these aren't that old, they're only from the past couple years, and we ran them dozens of times, if not more.
Yeah, and
for
when
Amarat,
you're leveling,
I was running this
to...
daily for like 2 months. I was running this thing every day, just about. So you get a lot of built-in memory of it that doesn't go away. But also, like Amarat specifically, it's hard to forget.
It's one of those moments that's just so so hype that
so impactful, and like this cutscenes leading up to it, and then the boss like the trial afterwards, so good. So we're all agreeing this is kind of top of S tier for the moment.
yeah.
And then let's move to the next dungeon, which is another one that is going to be going right up there next to this in the Twinning, which I am actually putting in S tier right next to Amarod. One of the best dungeons musically in the game.
Mm-hmm.
It is hard.
Refresh my memory a little bit on this one, because it's out of the Shadowbringers one's probably the one I've done the least.
So
it's. Do you remember you remember the song though, right? You don't need me to refresh your memory on the song.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the one. This is very based off of Final Fantasy 13. So there's a lot of like mech monsters that are like organic and mech intertwined. The second boss, I believe it is like a weird like flying like almost dragony thing that has like where it does like crisscrossed lines and circles, leaving like leaving like 4 open spots on the entire map, and everyone has to stand in one. The final boss is the version of Omega.
Okay, yeah.
With like the time stop mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's the version of Alexander, I mean, pardon, with the time stop mechanics. And yeah, that's Twinning. But yeah, so musically speaking, I think this is like, before Endwalker, I would say this is the best dungeon musically speaking. That song is so fucking catchy. Visually, it's really cool because it's like the underlayers of the Crystal Tower, and it's kind of neat to see what the advanced Crystal Tower looks like. Story-wise, the story is so deep. There's so much lore hidden in there about Graha's attempt, like how Graha came to the first.
Yeah.
So much story.
Yeah,
and the fights
like
are fun and exciting and unique and yeah. Sorry, Laura, you were saying something?
Yeah, there's an interesting fight where you have to like not break the glass containers,
Right,
otherwise
that's the
ads
first
will come
fight.
out.
Yeah.
And the last boss is like I guess a modified version of Omega from
Alexander.
the Alexander, sorry, from the timeline that the Crystal Tower in the first came from. So like that's really interesting. It shows you like some stuff that you recognize from your Warrior of Light, but also some other stuff that you don't recognize because it didn't happen in our timeline. It was averted by
Actions we took.
their actions and yeah, bringing us to the first, like, you know, Black Rose and stuff like that.
Yeah, and like if you look around, if you have time to like look at the walls during that fight, there's little like scenes playing out in the walls of the final fight.
Mm-hmm.
And some of, as Laura was saying, some of them are like familiar and some of them are like slightly different.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's super cool. And I think it owes this partly to the music, but it feels like it has amazing pacing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's just because the music has such a good pace that it's impossible to not just be like fighting to the music.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So you're just like going with it, and like before you know it, you're at the first boss because you're just like going with the music, and it's just great. Yeah, Twinning is absolutely fucking spectacular. It's not quite as good as Amarot. I would give Amarot the edge, but it is right up there.
Yeah, I rated it as a high B. You could probably persuade me into an A, but yeah, I'm overall agree.
Yeah, that's right. It's my third dungeon in the S tier.
Fair enough. Okay, next one.
All right, next one is Academia Anator.
I really like Academia Anator. The atmosphere and graphics are super cool. I liked the bosses. That's the one with um, the water bird thing at the end that had like the wave mechanics that swept over the arena. I just thought it was really cool, like very atmospheric. It's kind of a recreation, I guess, of an abandoned Ascian, Amaratian, Etherian like science lab, and it's just really cool, and I have rated it as a strong B.
Fair enough. I
I
have
just-
it in the A tier, and I think I agree with largely what you have said. Honestly, most of Shadowbringers is in the A tier. I think they really hit their stride in Shadowbringers, so like the majority of Shadowbringers dungeons fall up in that category. But yeah, I think largely a lot of what you said is how I feel about it, and I think it's a very, very good a very, very good Shadowbringers kind of just story dungeon that kind of just had a lot of interesting lore in it. It really gave you a sense of like what life was like on before the Sundering.
Hell yeah.
Anything to add, Lane?
I'm pretty good with what you guys have put out so far.
Right.
Okay.
Did I find that one in place? Yes, I did. So next is the Grand Cosmos. Lane, did you want to start about the Grand Cosmos?
I want to hear what you have to say.
It's just Elaine doesn't remember the Grand Cosmos.
I'm legit curious about Alesha's opinion on this one.
I actually really
Fair enough.
love the Grand Cosmos. I put it right next to Academia Knitter. I really loved the lore behind it of like this Fae being enchanting all of these inanimate objects to keep people away so that he can just be alone, or so that they can just be alone. I thought that was such a cool concept, and we have to fight through all of these inanimate servants just to tell him, come on, we need your help, buddy, or to tell them we need your help.
Yeah.
Like, that was such a fun kind of subversion of the whole normal dungeon aesthetic. Like, we're fighting through all these things just to try and tell this person, like, you're needed, please.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really cool. I thought the fights were pretty good. Like, they're definitely not my favorite fights in the expansion, but they're good, and they're definitely better than a lot of what came before Shadowbringers. So yeah, I just overall put it up in the A tier, kind of on the slightly lower end of the A tier, but still up there.
Probably.
Yeah, I have Grand Cosmos as a B. Much the same reasons. Like, it's, you know, the enchanted stuff. There's like the ballroom full of ghosts. There's the paintings that come to life. It's really interesting design, and
Yeah,
like
it's such
they
a pretty
made
building.
yeah, rather than just sticking random monsters in this pretty like isolated palace, they actually found stuff that like was kind of logical, like, you know, like magic things that kind of fit the setting, when it would have been easier to just, you know, stick some random monsters in there for no reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a B for me. Your turn, Lane.
Yeah.
I think I agree with the concept being a fun twist on how the rest of the dungeons have gone, and the aesthetics are very pretty. I'm good with a high B, low A on this one.
Fair enough. Then let us move on to Anamnesis Anator, the other Anator dungeon. This one, Lane, I'm not going to let you not go first.
So rough. having
I
to
know.
put things into words.
I am so cruel to you.
So again, like some of the later dungeons, I haven't done it as much as I would like, but what I do remember, I did enjoy quite a bit. Pretty much, honestly, everything in Shadowbringers has been. It was very high on my list. I'm a little biased because that's when I started playing originally. It was base game, but then I only made it to like level 20.
Largely
And
the
I
same as
came
Allura
back.
then.
Yeah, I came back in Shadowbringers like towards the end. So getting up to the current at the time tier felt really good, and a lot of it was just like, god damn, I wish I'd been playing this game this whole time.
Fair enough. So where are you ranking Anamnesis?
I'm gonna give this an A.
Fair enough. I think I'm actually going to put Anamnesis in the B tier. I originally had it in the A tier, but I went and I refreshed my memory about the boss fights, and I hated that first boss fight. That first boss fight is just stupid.
That's fair.
It's, for the, in case either of you guys don't remember it, it's the one that, it's just called Unknown, and at one point you fight, it splits in two, and what it does is it does like a mechanic that like spins and randomly picks a spot, and then it goes a couple more times and does a nuke in that direction, and if you pick the wrong spot you just take damage because you don't have time to move. And yeah, I just did not like that fight. Overall, I liked Anamnesis Emitter. I thought Anamnesis Emitter had one of the coolest intro segments to a dungeon ever. Because that's the one where you're riding on, what's his name? The whale.
Dude. Yeah.
On the way in.
Bismarck.
And the first couple fights are you on Bismarck.
Yeah.
And that was really cool, and I thought that the overall aesthetic of the dungeon was really good. But, yeah, that first fight was terrible, and I don't think the other fights were, like, highlights. Like, they weren't bad, but I don't think they were, like, highlights, so I think I'm going to drop this one down to a B.
Yeah, I rated it as a C. It's probably a pretty high C, but like my feeling is much the same. Like, it was pretty. The first fight or two, when we were like in the bubble on Bismarck's head, was interesting, but the rest of the dungeon was generally unmemorable, and there are a lot of other dungeons I like more.
Fair enough.
So it's a C. It's kind of average.
That sounds good. Then let us move on to Heroes Gauntlet. And I will be completely honest, this one is up right above the twinning for me. It is in the S tier. I thought it was such a unique concept of a dungeon. I thought it was so fucking cool to like be fighting these like echoes with all of the friends you'd met along the way in Shadowbringers. All these, this like, you'd go from like place to place and all these people helping you, like when Titania comes in and helps you, it's like, oh my god, so cool.
Yeah, I know we've talked about this before, but it really irritates me how we just don't ever go talk to Titania when we go back to the first.
Yup.
Seriously.
And like anytime that we do interact with them after the main story, it's because they come to us and they're like, hey, why didn't you come say hi, man?
Yep.
I'm like, I would love to, but they wouldn't let me.
Please, Yoshi P, let us go say hi to Titania. Please
You're not
let
an
us go
NPC
say hi
sitting
to
in the
Beowulf.
world who we can go say hi to. So, and the story didn't take us to you. You know, they don't care if you start a war against the Crystarium.
Yep. Like, please let us go there. Yeah, no, yeah, Heroes Gauntlet was so cool though. Like, the visual of the meteors falling from the sky as well, like just everything. I can say nothing bad about that dungeon. I love it start to finish. I can farm it as much as anyone wants to. If anybody ever wants to go in there, like, don't care. It's amazing.
Now, see, it is really different. Although it is a kind of like storytelling through dungeons that they started doing more in Endwalker.
True.
But
yeah.
I did get tired of it, especially when we were farming the gear for like
Sure.
tea.
Yeah, true.
So I have rated it as a B because, and I guess it's a spoiler for some of the future ratings. I find that the story-heavy dungeons, the more you replay them, at least for me, the less cool and novel they are, and the story parts where you're waiting, while the NPCs do their talky bits, kind of drags it down when you're, trying to do
Farming
it
it.
for leveling or to farm something.
Yeah.
It kind of holds it back in the same way that people complain about CM and Praetorium.
Okay, that makes sense. Lane? You have not said your piece about Heroes Gauntlet yet.
I mean, there's not really a whole lot for me to add. I think you guys nailed it.
Where do you rank it then?
I'm going with a low S on this one.
Fair enough. So, my note for the next dungeon, and Alora commented on this when she briefly saw my notes. My note for the next dungeon is Rainbow Lava. Matoya's Relic is next. I'm putting this one in the high A tier, in fact, right at the top of the A tier. Matoya's Relic is such a fun dungeon. It's very whimsical, even though the circumstances are somewhat serious. It's got a very whimsical feel to it. It's very nostalgic, even though we've never been there.
Yeah, the kind of callbacks to some of the stuff that we did without being the things that we already did.
Yeah. And then, again, Rainbow Lava.
I basically agree with your assessment. I actually rated this as an S.
Nice.
It is the third of my 3 S tier dungeons.
Oh, wow. No other dungeons after this get S?
No
Oh,
other
wow.
dungeons. This
Damn.
is
You're gonna see a pattern in Endwalker for me.
Yeah, I really love this. Like, the bosses are fun. The layout is neat with the kind of like running back and
The
forth and
3 different
changing
areas,
levels.
yeah.
I really liked it.
Yeah, no.
It's fun. And there are not a lot of
That final
dungeons
boss
that are
had some
just
really
fun.
neat mechanics in it, too.
Yeah, that's kind of like that same whimsical thing that bumps Don Meg up for me is just the fact that, like,
Yeah.
it's fun. It's
Yeah.
interesting. They did a lot of weird shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have anything to add about Matoya's? Or if not, where did you rank it, Lane?
I'm giving it an A.
Fair enough. Then we're on our last dungeon of Shadowbringers. And I will
I'm gonna be
let...
honest, I don't remember much about this one.
Fair enough. This is the one where you ride dragons.
Okay. I think I only did this one like once or twice.
I had to farm it a bunch for gear because I was looking for something specific out of it.
Aglathon.
Haggle.
Because I was coming up on the end of Shadowbringers when I started, so I took some things very quickly. A lot of the post-patch stuff, I
Took your time on.
yeah.
Fair enough.
So I have rated Paglathan a C, probably a fairly high C. There was some stuff I really liked. I liked the riding the dragons to go between areas. I liked the last boss, the Luna Bahamut.
Yes, Lunar Bahamut was great.
Oh yeah, okay.
The trash stuff before that though, like the other bosses, the trash was just kind of meh. It was fine. It wasn't great. So it's kind of averaged out to a C for me.
Yeah, I put it at high B for me. There was one part about the trash I really liked, and that was that the NPCs that were with us were actually very helpful. Like, they did something. We had,
True,
what's her
yeah.
name? Tiamat with us during that.
Mhm.
And she was slaughtering those enemies when she used her attacks. Like, she did like half their health, and it was really
That's
cool
right.
to have her feel so powerful with you. Like, I liked that particular thing a lot, that the NPCs were very useful. Which is something they often aren't in dungeons where you're with NPCs.
It is always really funny to me to look at the DPS meters and be like, come on, Lise, you're only doing like 1,000 DPS. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Please
Yeah.
do your rotation, hit your positionals.
Yeah. Yeah, so like that was one thing I thought was really cool. Like when Astinian and Tiamat did something in there, you felt it. And it felt really cool to have them on your side. But it was, as Allura says, it's not like super spectacular. The bosses aside from Lunar Bahamut weren't great. The trash packs were okay, but nothing super special. So yeah, I've got it in the B tier, fairly high in the B tier, because it's still better than a lot of my C tier stuff and a lot of the B tier stuff, but it's not top tier.
Yeah, you guys talking about it did bring back some of the memories.
Yeah, it
of
was the
for
first
me.
time we heard about Stupid Kids Towers.
Yeah.
They appeared suddenly, like in a cutscene, and we went to go investigate one of them and fought Lunar Bahamut.
Definitely had some cool moments, but overall not the most impressive thing to come out of Shadowbringers.
Yeah, it's a
Yep.
solid dungeon. I don't regret doing it. I would
It
happily
had
do it again.
a story to tell as an intro to the towers. It told that story. It was fine.
Now we are moving on to Endwalker,
Good old friend Walker.
and you're gonna see a lot of high rankings from me here.
Yeah,
I
Sam.
love Endwalker's dungeons, but let's start at the start here. Tower of Zot. I'll start here. I actually think this is the best first dungeon they've ever done. I thought it was spectacular. I even like it more than Siren Song C. I've actually got this in my S tier. I think it's fairly high in my S tier, maybe right behind Amarat. I loved seeing Nidana's face in the wall, and I thought and part of this, and I expect that we're going to like this is going to be just a me thing, but I really loved the callbacks to FF4 in a lot of these dungeons, because I think I'm the only one who's played that among those of us here. But like a lot of the dungeon bosses and stuff were callbacks to FF4, and a lot of the music and even the name of the
I
dungeon.
know a lot of the bosses from 10, because the Mega Sisters and Anima were both in 10 as well.
Yeah, Anima was just 10, but Mega Sisters originated in 4. And I loved the fact that the final boss was like, you fought like the 2 sisters on their own, and then you fought all 3 of them together, and the final boss was it was so difficult, but not in a tuning way, in just a pure mechanics way. Like,
yeah.
It was such a chaotic fight. But like, even if you had bad gear but could do the mechanics, like if you had somebody who was doing like very low DPS but could do the mechanics, or a healer who wasn't very experienced but could do the mechanics, you were still fine. Like, the trash though would probably get you if you weren't if like the tank and the healer weren't very good, and they tried to pull hard.
So some of those trash pulls trying to go wall to wall were a bit dicey, especially if either your tank or your healer was either undergeared or not very good.
The tuning wasn't as extreme as the Shadowbringers dungeons, but that trash was still pretty harshly tuned.
I thought it was much more forgiving than like almost anything in Shadowbringers. I thought it was fairly well tuned, except for the trash packs on the way to the final boss. Like, the trash packs on the way to the final boss.
Those are the ones I'm thinking of specifically.
And
I think problematic.
And I think part of the problem there was that even though people do wall-to-wall them, I feel like those trash packs were really designed not to be, because like some of the mobs don't move very well and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's not really an excuse, so like I'm not gonna justify with that. But yeah, I just felt like overall, like even the times I've gone through there on classes I'm not good at, it hasn't been that bad. Like there might be like one wipe during there, but it's fine. Um, so I'm pretty high on the scaling on that one, but I could understand somebody having a totally different experience from me on that.
So I also rated Zot a C. Like I know you rated it higher, but like kind of like Pagwathan, I rated it a C. I really enjoyed the first time going through and like seeing like as you said like Nidana on the walls and kind of being like, oh, you know, this place is creepy and like the fights with the Mega Sisters, but there are some tuning issues. And on subsequent playthroughs, like, you know, it kind of loses that cool factor of like, oh, there's Nidana. It's just like, yeah, let's just get through here, and you know, you've kind of got the Scions with you, but they're not any actual help at all in the
Yeah,
dungeon.
they're with you in
They're just
visibility
kind of,
only.
yeah. So I kind of it had a lot of charm the first playthrough. I really enjoyed it, but on repeat, it kind of lost some of that charm. And I, you know, haven't played Final Fantasy IV, haven't watched Alesh play Final Fantasy IV, so I don't have any of that nostalgia. So a lot of that FF4, Endwalker, like links and stuff, kind of are lost on me. They don't hold that like nostalgia appeal that they're supposed to.
Yeah.
Or that they do for a lot of people. So yeah, it doesn't have that benefit. So let's see.
Fair enough.
I'm with you on this one, Alesh. I think as far as intro dungeons, this one is by far the coolest. I love the mechanics of the last boss.
There's
going
it's
in there
so
the first
fun when you get a
time
good
and
team doing it, and like everybody's just like dodging everything, and it's
I
just
did really like how the last fight with the three of them built on the mechanics from the first two.
yeah.
I feel kind of sad for Cindy that she didn't get her own fight.
So
One of them didn't get her own fight, like the white mage. Sandy. Okay. One of them,
Mindy
the one
is
who
the
did
small
get her
one.
own fight. I kind of feel sad for her.
Or no, Cindy. Yeah, you were right. It was Cindy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cindy.
because
Sandy is the tall one. Yeah, who was the fighter. Yeah, and that's to be honest, the key thing about Cindy is she's a force multiplier. So like in any time she's appeared in the games, she never did much herself.
Fair enough.
Always,
I guess that's true to that.
Yeah,
but that's something
like,
where, right? Like I'm not familiar with her,
yeah.
So like that just
like
kind of seems weird and unbalanced to me.
Yeah, in the original FF4, what Cindy did was she cast Reflect on herself, and the enemy's mechanics were when they cast a spell on a reflected target, it did like vastly increased damage. So she would reflect herself, and then all her sisters would cast heavy-duty spells on her and nuke your party off of it. But if you killed her so that the reflect wasn't there, their spells did like nothing to you.
Fair enough. Yeah, so see that it just kind of, you know, without that context, it just kind of seemed weird that she didn't get her own fight or didn't show up in any of the other ones.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I still remember the first time going in there and just being like, holy shit, there is so much
stuff to do. Yeah. Alora and I had the same experience when we did that the first time. We were both like on the edge of our seat, on our toes the entire time, and it like when we cleared it, I was like, yeah, we feel awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Endwalker in general did a really good job of keeping the hype train going.
Yeah, the dungeons in general were very good. I think I will say without question that Endwalker had the best dungeon design in the game's history, and you'll see that in my rankings as we keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Have we all said our piece about Zod and ready to move on to Babel?
Yep.
All right, let's move on to the Tower of Babel. Who wants to go first? Lane? Laura?
Sure. Another one that I really enjoy. I think personally, overall, Zot was better. I do really like the fight with Anima because it does call back to like the FF10 summon with the overdrive and all that. I think, hey, Kitska! Oh my god. Gotta see what she's freaking out about. What?
For anyone watching, that Lane is now talking to his little puppy.
I don't know what the fuck she lost her mind about. There's nothing
And,
going on.
We are we
Did
obviously
someone
take
walk
second priority
past?
to the puppy. Justifiably so.
She's fine now, I guess. I don't know what the fuck that was. But yeah, Anima was a really cool fight. I really enjoyed it.
The phase transition in Anima was really cool. I
yeah.
loved that.
The other fights were cool, but not nearly as cool.
If I remember correctly, both of the other fights were heavy FF4 references, which does make sense that they wouldn't have any special meaning to you.
Yeah, and the trash mobs weren't really special in there either.
I did really like it. Babel was the one in Garlemald, right? Yes.
Yeah.
I did really like going through the throne room to ascend into the second half.
That was cool.
That was an exciting moment, even though there was not much happening. I also liked the elevator fight.
On the way to Anima.
See, for me, the pulls on the way to Anima, I think were a much, much bigger tuning problem than the Zod pulls were.
Yeah.
Those Anima pulls, even me and Alora, when we were going through there the first time, wiped on those. I think.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I think so.
I think having the claw game in the middle of them is kind of a fun
And they just
little
did so much
twist,
damage,
too.
like they were really heavy hitters.
That was the only problem I had with it, was just if you even barely mistimed running through there, it was a huge chunk of your health. Doing that as a healer was rough.
Yeah. I don't think I ever got hit by the claw, but like the amount of damage that was going out during that segment and having to like heal while avoiding that and everything, it was a tough one to heal for sure. I know that we had some problems with that final set of trash pulls. That was like the scaling of the final section there, as well as the fact that I didn't have quite as much of a connection to Anima, because while I played FF10, I played FF10's story. I did not do the bonus content, the side stuff, so I never saw Anima.
Yeah, it actually... Slight side story, the first time I played through, I didn't know that in the first temple there's something you have to do to be able to unlock Anima later, so I ended up doing another run through just to go and get it.
Yep, I never learned. I didn't learn that until years later. And by then I was like, I don't really want to go back and play 10 again.
Yeah. It's like, if you get past a certain point, you can't go back and redo it, and I didn't find out about it until I had passed the point of no return.
Yeah. So yeah, I never, FF10 has never had a ton of... I don't rank FF10 that highly. Like, I don't rank it lowly. It's not like FF12 where I consider it to be absolute garbage. I just don't have I don't have a huge amount of fondness for 10, aside from like the final cutscene. I thought was really, really well done, and I'm really upset that they undid that in 10 too.
Some of the music is really good as well.
And yeah, some of the music is really good.
I didn't ever play 10-2, so I can't speak to that, but I heard about
the
some
true
of the
ending of
things that they did.
10-2 is Tidus coming back to life as an actual person who is no longer doomed to fade away. And it's like, oh, great, so thanks for undoing the entire emotional payoff of the game.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to FF14. Yeah, I put Tower of Babel in the A tier. I still think it's a great dungeon. I loved the like feel of being in the Garlean Palace, but like with all this extra stuff on it. I loved the references to things. I loved the final fight, second phase portion. I thought there were some really cool mechanics in there, but I do not get some points for the scaling.
Yeah, that's fair.
How about you, honey?
I rated Tower of Babel as a D.
Damn. D for damn.
D for damn. So I have a couple problems with it. I liked the anima fight, but the zigzaggy pulls, like at the end leading towards the anima fight with like the crane game, were badly tuned. The two bosses before anima were purely FF4 references. They didn't feel like they belonged there or made sense in any context at all. And the dungeon as a whole had a lot of like running through empty corridors with nothing to do.
That's fair.
Yep.
So yeah, that knocked it down quite a bit in my opinion. Like it's okay. Last fight was good, but everything else is meh.
I definitely cannot argue with someone feeling that way about it.
Nope, 100%. Alright, so after Babel, we are moving on to Vanaspati. And are we all going to be gushing, or does anyone have less than gushing opinions about Vanaspati?
Laura hasn't gone first for a while.
Yeah, let's let Laura gush if she wants to gush, or complain if she wants to complain.
So, I have mixed feelings on Vanaspati because the story aspect of it is really cool. But like I was just saying about Hero's Gauntlet when we were talking about Shadowbringers dungeons, that story aspect on subsequent playthroughs kind of does drag it down. And there's like that fight before a wall where you have to wait for the elephant people family to like turn into the
There is a slow build
the
up to
creatures. Like there's a slow build up there, and like while that was like a oh my gosh kind of horrifying atmospheric moment the first time, subsequent times it got kind of boring and tiresome. So
fair.
while I like the atmosphere is really good, like they did a really good job of like the
Fire looks
burning
so
forest
cool.
and like the people turning into the creatures and stuff, but I feel like the fact that it is such a story heavy dungeon and it does have you like waiting for the story to catch up with you at so many points, dragged it down to me. So I've rated it a B, similar to Hero's Gauntlet.
Fair. So I've got it in S tier. I've got it higher than Tower of Zod in S tier. Not quite. I'm debating whether I want to put it higher than Amarat, to be fair. Like, I loved Vanaspati. I guess this is something that we've actually discussed before that's different between me and Alara, is that for me, I don't tend to get sick of things on subsequent story on subsequent bits. I am very while I'm not able to like pretend I've never seen it, I'm able to kind of relive the experience fairly easily, which is why I'm able to like play Catherine every year for the rest of eternity and be happy with that. And like even when I was reading books, I would reread the same book multiple times, even consecutively sometimes. I don't suffer from the story dread gets old, so the storytelling in these dungeons keeps its freshness for me. So I just get to experience the ambience and I think the fights are great in here. I actually think the final fight of this dungeon is probably the weakest of the fights in this dungeon. But I still think it's not a bad fight. I still think it's very good, and it's kind of hard for me to find anything to complain about in Vanaspati. It's just visually it's amazing. The story it sits in is amazing. Mechanically it's really cool. The in-dungeon storytelling is really good too. So yeah, Vanaspati is right there, sitting like near the top of my S tier.
I have
Yeah.
it as
Fair enough.
currently top of my A tier. I do, like you, I have an easier time with a lot of the story, with the exception of the parts that, like, some of the dungeons that go through the story parts that I didn't care for, those definitely drag for me.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks when you don't like a story part in the dungeon. It's like, come on, do I have to live through this every time?
But, like, the Endwalker stuff was so hype that it doesn't... It has yet to bother me to replay anything in Endwalker or Shadowbringers.
Yeah, same. There's only one dungeon where I'm like, I don't really want to do this again. And
Yeah.
we'll get to that later.
Yep. Probably thinking of the same one.
Probably, and I'm pretty sure Alora has this one ranked very lowly.
We'll see.
But yeah, very visually impressive.
It was a
The fights
marvel.
are really cool. This one, I think, was the one that I had the most shitty groups for, though.
That's fair. Yeah, there were some things in there that could kill a run real quick. For sure.
Yeah. If
Or at
people
least
didn't
make
want to
it
pay
limp
attention,
along
it was...
very, very painfully.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it... So cool in, like... in an absolutely dreadful and despair-filled kind of way, playing
Yeah,
through that
like-
dungeon.
Oh my god, it hit hard. Cause like, and especially you just come down off the high of the victory on the moon, and then you come back and it's like, oh. And then you're immediately thrust into this fiery hell of a dungeon. So good.
Yeah.
Right. I think we said everything we need to about Vanaspati.
Yeah, I think so.
Then next we are moving on to Thesis Hyperborea. Yes.
Hermes.
Yes. Which I am also ranking up in the S tier. I thought this dungeon was brilliant. I thought it was beautiful. I loved that moment flying through the atmosphere where you guys just like look out on the clouds.
Yes, it is so beautiful.
I wish that was a longer transition between platforms so that I could just live in that space of nothing but clouds for longer.
Yeah.
The one thing I will hold against it, and the thing that knocks it a little bit down below Vanaspati on here, is that final fight was so hard to read.
Yeah.
So many people struggled with that. It was such a difficult fight. And not
the
because
worst
the mechanics
part-
were super complicated, just it was very hard to look at it and visualize what it meant. And that was
The worst
they did a bad job
one
of that.
is the opening mechanic that 90% of the time when you do it just goes on the outside. And then sometimes it does it differently, and I'm never paying attention.
Yeah,
I
those
always
mechanics were
fuck that
so
one up.
hard to read, and I did not think that was a good thing. But it's just like that's the one kind of thing, is that final boss was a little hard to read. Everything else about that dungeon I loved. The atmosphere, the storytelling, the fights, everything else was top notch.
Visually, like, absolutely gorgeous. One of the prettiest ones that they've ever
And I
done.
think overall it was a very well-tuned dungeon. I don't recall ever having problems like healing it or tanking it when I was leveling tanks. It wasn't easy, but it never felt impossible. It was never like, oh, the tank got one shot.
I definitely had less issues with that than some of the other ones in Endwalker.
Yeah. I think it was very well tuned for me, but
Yeah, there were a couple of pulls that could get spicy if you didn't have a very good healer. Like, there were a few times where, like, Alash was DPSing and I was still tanking, and, you know.
Yeah,
Cooldowns only last for so long.
there were definitely some.
I'm sorry,
some
I wasn't a
pools
better
in there
DPS
where it
sheet.
was
No.
like definitely worth throwing down your invuln over.
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, but like having hard pulls is not the same to me as being poorly tuned.
No, and I'm
Yeah,
not saying
so-
it was fully tuned, just like your comment about the tuning, just like,
Yeah.
in my opinion, there were a couple of spicy pulls, but like I think that was a lot of the time just like a skill level issue. Sounds kind of mean, but skill level issue.
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah.
As opposed to a like tuning issue with the dungeon being the problem.
Fair enough. Lane, do you have anything to add? Where do you sit on this one?
I've also got this one in S tier.
And Laura,
Gorgeous.
where are you
The
ranking
fights
it?
are really, really fun.
I have ranked it as a C because I am much more strict on my ranking than you guys are. So it is beautiful. That last fight sucks. And the level where it's at is really unfortunate
It's
because
true.
you don't get to see it as often because it's level 89, so it's not in the
87, but
87, sorry. So you know,
you almost never get to
you
run
you
it.
might hit it once in a leveling roulette when you're between 87 and 90, but then never again after that.
And our next dungeon is even worse for that.
Yes, then
I
the
will absolutely give
Aisha
you that.
scope is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hold a dungeon against the queuing system though, because like you need dungeons in those level ranges, and it seems unfair to me to hold it against them that they happen to be the dungeon that is filling the spot in that level range. But at the same time, I do think they need something to make those dungeons more common. Like even if there was just a separate leveling roulette for the most recent expansion or something to make them a little bit more common.
Yeah, I think they really need to overall look at like the roulette queues they currently have and see whether they're really serving their purposes, right? Because the expert roulette being 2 dungeons seems kind of
Yeah,
pointless.
I don't care for that myself.
I hate that. Yeah, I will give 100%. I think they need to like their top level dungeons setup they need to change, but I'm not going to hold that against the individual dungeons.
No, but like,
It's a systemic issue, and I
yeah,
hate
Katisa's is pretty, but the last fight sucks. Otherwise, it's good, so that kind of averaged it out to a C.
it. Fair enough. Aisha scope next, or Aidiascope. I've never been quite sure how it's supposed to be pronounced. Aidiascope.
I say it differently every fucking time.
Yeah.
Same.
I'm putting this one also up in S. We're going to be seeing that for a little bit still. My S tier is full of Endwalker dungeons. I loved the Aisha scope. I think it was such a smart idea for a dungeon, and it was such a good nostalgia play to see all of these old characters again. I do think that they made a small mistake in making, like, I think they fixed it now, but with how much of a joke Cape Westwind was for most of the people who played Endwalker, Rayatine or however to say his name, was not a significant figure for most players. For players starting the game now, he is, because that fight is a much bigger deal.
Wait a second. You're saying that fight was easy?
Yes.
Well, I mean, if you follow the raid markers and the macros, then you're fine.
But yeah, you know what I mean. Like that, he wasn't a significant moment for most players. He was a fight that lasted 12
Yeah.
seconds and nobody did. But nowadays, with the redesign, he's much more significant. And I think if they had done that redesign last expansion, like in Shadowbringers or in Stormblood even, more people would have gone through and seen that fight as it was, and thus have a fresher memory of who he is when they see him in the Aisha scope. I think that was one thing that kind of knocked it down a little bit, is that like they kind of did it themselves a disservice by making him what he was.
Yeah.
But the overall visuals and like getting the help from people who had passed on who you cared about was so incredible.
Yeah.
I do really appreciate the way that they handled that.
So, one thing I found about that was like sometimes they were a little bit too vague about who you were
I
dealing with in
do
these
agree with
That's
that.
references.
fair.
Like my memory for minutia kind of varies between, like I can give you a 20-minute lecture on this obscure fact versus, I don't remember what happened 2 weeks ago. So a lot of them I was just like, okay, that's nice. I have no idea who you are. And it was another one that kind of like the progression of the dungeon relied a lot on the story that was going on through it. So like the first time it was cool, but then on subsequent times, like again, you were waiting for the story moment to be over before you could progress. So like it being so story heavy kind of dragged down the pace of it on subsequent
Mm-hmm.
playthroughs. And like it's not that I don't like to revisit stories or like reread things, but I need a little bit of a break before I'm ready to reread or rewatch something. To a lesser example of being able to finish a book series and then go back to the first book in the series again. I need to go read something else for a while, and then I can like revisit one of those like loved series. So for me, like those two factors, like the vagueness as to who you are being helped by or dealing with, plus the kind of story heavy nature of the dungeon progression did drag it down for me.
That's fair.
And then again, it has the same problem as Catesis. In fact, even worse though, because this one was a level 89 one, where there's a very narrow range of
You
when you're
basically do
gonna
it once for the
actually get
story
to
and never
see
again.
it.
Sadly.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, you
sucks,
get to do
but
it once
Or-
on a once on a class, if at all, and then never see it again unless you queue for it specifically.
until
Yeah.
the next expansion, because like a lot of the times when you're leveling a character from say 90 to 91, the fastest way to do that will be like when the next expansion
Yeah, it
comes,
will be the level
will
89
be to go back
dungeon.
and do
Yeah.
level 89 dungeons. So like we will see it again next expansion probably when we're leveling our characters, but yeah, it's not the still a problem for sure.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
the same kind of problem for me as Heroes Gauntlet, as Vanna's Party. Like, the first time was really cool. Subsequent playthroughs, like the story aspect does kind of drag down some of the enjoyment for me.
Fair enough. Anyone else have anything they want to add, or are we all ready to move on to our next dungeon?
Yeah, I think you guys hit the nail on the head with it. I'm giving it an A.
Fair.
Solid, suffers a little bit from pacing. Very, very pretty.
It is very pretty, I will not argue with that.
And I do wish that they were a little more clear about who some of the people helping you are. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
everyone
like,
knows that it's
are you,
Horshaphant,
are you side
but like,
content I didn't do, or am I
Or
supposed to
are you
recognize a
or is
reference?
this staff supposed to like the staff was the particularly egregious example
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
where
the one I
nobody
was
was
thinking
quite
of.
sure. A lot of people theorized it was supposed to be Papalimo. Some people
that's
thought it was
always
supposed
been
to
my
be.
thought.
Some people thought it was supposed to be
Louis
grandfather
Soir.
Louis Soir.
Yeah, because it was his
Yeah,
stuff.
Yeah,
But
but
Papalymo like took it and kind of died with it.
yeah.
So
yeah,
like
I always thought it was supposed to be Papalimo,
yeah,
but
but the
that
vagueness
was
was
one of
frustrating.
the things I was thinking of that was like super vague, and I'm like, but
Yeah.
there were a couple of others that were like, I don't remember what they were off the top of my head, but like, I was like, are you side content? Are you something that my eyes were glazed when I was going through the cutscene? Like,
yeah.
but what is it as a reference to?
Yeah. Okay. I think we've kind of gone over that one then. Let's move on to the next one. And the next one is, honestly, this is my favorite dungeon in the game. I could gush for hours about it. I will only say that it is my favorite dungeon in the game, and I love every minute of it. I loved learning it with Alora when we went through it. I loved the difficulty level of it. Felt just perfect for what it was, and that's the Dead Ends.
Hmm.
It is my favorite. I will never get sick of that dungeon. I could do it forever and ever. and ever, and be happy doing it every time.
Go ahead, Allura.
I am thinking this is one of the ones that I had a hard time placing. Because I do have some very fond memories of it, especially like the number of times we ran it when it was like the highest level dungeon. But I do think that the replay again for me suffers a bit because of the heavy story content. Like that you know, I killed them all moment will always be cool. Like there's no way that will ever not be cool. But no, like it's definitely affected like less than some of the other dungeons for me, but it does still have that little bit of a drag on it because again there's a lot of story. For the length of the corridors, the amount of trash felt kind of weird. There's a lot of like running. I did really like the bosses though. Like the bosses are all really good, and like learning the mechanics of them was really fun. And overall, I rated it at like a strong A. So this is not a case where you know it's gonna be a C or a D. But I think again, and like I guess this is a lot of the Endwalker ones, the story aspect kind of knocked it down a little bit from being an S, so it's kind of a strong A for me.
Fair enough. Lane?
I've also got it in my S tier. It is the impact and the story was just incredible. Beautiful visuals. Starbird is one of the best pets.
It's true.
Yes, it is.
There's so much about it that is just really good. I do always I killed them all.
Yeah, that
It's
never loses its impact. Every
Yeah.
single time I go through it, which is not that often anymore because it's no longer in the roulette. But every single time I go through it, it's like I pause to wait for that. And they don't force you to. You can run back and by and never see that.
Yep.
I also just like that last zone. I loved the theme of it with like these people who just like cured everything. They came to the point of immortality and then gave up because they had
Yeah.
nothing left to achieve. And thus they invented a way to they created a creature that would peacefully put them to sleep. And that's your final boss.
And loosely based it on Medion as well.
Yeah.
I still really hate Hermes for doing
What he
like
did to Medion.
making this poor innocent creature and giving it an impossible task.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just so stupid. Like he really needed like just someone with some common sense to peer review his like idea.
Thesis, yeah.
He needed
Rather
some
than-
antidepressants.
Well, like, no, because, like, the thing is, like, the questions he was fighting with were very, very relatable. Like,
Yeah.
and that's one of the reasons why, like, Hermes is, to me, the most human of the Ancients, is that he was the only one of the Ancients that we saw who was actually struggling with questions that would have been the type of questions that, like, I would have been asking. Not necessarily, like, all of them, but, like, he was struggling with very believable problems.
Yeah, no, I agree.
But
and
yeah,
it does
he just
a lot
needed
to
trust someone. Like, he just needed to trust one other person to tell
it
them.
does a lot in the story too to show like just how little humanity most of the ancients had.
Yep.
because they, like, the problems that he was struggling with. Granted, we've only recently, as humans, really started to take mental health seriously, but like, they haven't even gotten to that point. They don't care about those kinds of questions. Most of his colleagues, if he had reached out, would have just been like, "What are you talking about? Move on, do your work."
Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, the side content in Elpis has, like, people who, don't want to, like, put down their creations that have attacked other creatures. They want to kind of get to the root of the problem, or find a way to rehabilitate the creatures. So he doesn't seem like he is the only one who has those kinds of concerns and questions.
He's just the only one of the main characters that we see.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he's
so,
the only significant character, and he's the one who's kind of decided to take things into his own hands in this really weird way.
Yeah.
And also, given like his standing in that society versus the standing of some of those other people having those questions, right? Like, being in a position on the convocation.
Yeah, he was
like,
well, he wasn't quite.
He wasn't on the convocation yet.
But
Right,
he
but
had
getting
been.
there.
He was being considered for it, which basically meant that he was like famous the world over, effectively. Like he was well known enough that they were considering him for one of the primary roles in their government. So like, yeah, he was definitely on another tier from most of the people there in terms of like.
And I'm sure that also factored into why he felt like he couldn't ask for help, because...
Well, yeah, he still was hoping to take that convocation spot once he had answered his questions.
Yeah.
But, like,
so he
the
didn't want to
question...
sacrifice his position by like making people think, oh, maybe he's not worthy.
Yep.
Yeah, but like a 2-second logic check shows that the question he was asking won't answer the concerns he has.
Yeah, and that's the
Mhm.
problem.
And
is he didn't
that's-
trust someone.
Yeah,
has
like...
someone. Yeah, he just needed someone he could trust, somebody who would actually be honest with him, who he could get to review his work. And even if it was someone who would review his work in secret, he just needed one person he could trust, and he didn't seem to
Yeah.
have that. Or he didn't seem to believe he had that, I guess, more accurately.
Yeah.
Anyways, but yeah, so where did you end up ranking it? Lane, you said an S as well, or did you say?
Yeah.
All right, so on to our next dungeon, because yeah, that I if we keep talking about things relating to dead ends, I'll never stop. Next is, well, there's technically two that are kind of simultaneous for this, but let's do Smileton first.
Smileton first. Smileton was one of the ones that lost its shine the fastest for me.
Interesting.
Like, it's fun and it's cool the first couple of times, but I guess part of it was just the fact that I was literally running it constantly because there were only the two, and it seemed like I always because there was also Dreamscape, right?
Yeah.
But it seemed like every time I queued for a roulette, I got Smiled.
That's fair. So for me, I kind of give this kind of the same kind of spot as I give like Matoya's Relic. It feels like the Matoya's Relic of this expansion, where it's the one dungeon that has nothing serious in it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just kind of silly and fun, and you're fighting a whole bunch of robotic bunnies, and so I put it in the A tier. I originally had it in the S tier, but I'm like, no, I think I need to knock it down. It's fun, it's got a good pace to it, but it's not like, there's nothing super standout about it except for that it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I rated it a B, and kind of similar thoughts to you guys. It's a fun dungeon. Like, I liked the boss mechanics. Like, I liked the, upside down, right side up mask and how they reuse that for
Yes.
maps. I like the boss at the end with his like left and right mechanics and the bombs and
I hated
that
how
sort of stuff.
everybody always
But it
thought I was doing something, or didn't understand what I was doing, so then triggered the bombs next to me and killed me.
yeah, but it
Yeah.
did suffer a bit on like replay. Like I think so it where the Twinnings music struck like a good note for repeatability, I think Smileton kind of tried for the same thing but missed that mark.
Yeah.
And
That's
like
fair.
the soundtrack and like the doors and the running through like corridors between doors that had absolutely nothing except NPCs talking at you, kind of lost some of its charm.
That's
The
Yeah, I also give
more
this one a
we
B.
kind of went through it. But like overall, it's a good dungeon. I like the bosses. So yeah, it's a good dungeon, good mechanics. Just hits a kind
Just
of weird
nothing
note
particularly
on
special.
replayability. Yeah. Yeah, so I rated it as a B. So
fair. I don't think there's much else to say, so let's move on to Stigma Dreamscape, which I'm putting in the same tier, in the A tier. I think I'll put it slightly lower than Smileton, but not much. Maybe slightly below Tower of Babel in the A tier. I thought Stigma Dreamscape was fun. I thought it was another one of those kind of lighthearted dungeons, and I thought the one thing I do think was really good about Stigma Dreamscape was kind of the callbacks to other things that we kind of knew a little bit about, and getting to see, like, even if it's just recreations in a digital world, in a digital vision of some of these other things, like the conflict between Omega and the dragons.
yeah, I liked the callback to like Midgard Soma's story and Omega. Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, so that. But like overall, I don't know. I think it had some of the worst, some of the least interesting fights of the level 90 dungeons from the boss perspective. Like, that final fight was basically just, I'm going to summon a thing, you have to kill it before it does something.
Yeah, yeah. I rated it a bit lower than Smileton at a C, for much the same reason. Like the trash was fine. Like the dungeon layout was like the aesthetics were thematically appropriate, but the bosses were a bit samey to each other, but also like like the one with the wheels that did the dash, it was very, very similar to the one from Castrum Urbania. Like
True.
it felt like a lot of not just like new takes on old mechanics, but like literally picking up a mechanic from another fight and plopping it in.
Totally fair.
But like it did have a decent amount of replayability, so
Yeah.
I've rated it as a C rather than a D.
It's fair. Anything to add, Lane?
Pretty much in line with what you were saying. The music's fun. I had fun with little story callback tidbits. I give it an A.
Yep.
A little bit higher than Smileton personally.
Fair enough.
But I do agree that the boss fights weren't anything to write home about. I just think that the overall design of the dungeon
It
brings
was a
it up
very
a bit for me.
unique dungeon. I'll give it full credit on that.
Yeah, very fair. Don't.
So for
Don't
our next
disagree.
dungeon, let's let Alora go last, because we need to get the other opinions out there, and then we can let her vent.
Okay.
So Alzadal's Legacy. Lane, do you want to go first?
I could go the rest of my life without ever doing Alzadal's Legacy again. It's not an awful dungeon. It really isn't. Its placement in the progression of like the patches was awkward, so it was relevant for so long, and it just really isn't.
Good enough to justify that?
Yeah, there's nothing really cool about it. The first boss
The tentacles are just like needlessly hard to tell where they're going sometimes.
Yep.
The last boss with the fucking spin mechanic, the first time was like, oh, that's kind of neat. And every time since then, it's like, okay, can we just get this the fuck over with so that I can kill you? Because this isn't really exciting at all.
And I won't say it was bad visually, but it was definitely less exciting visually than a lot of the other dungeons.
Yes.
There was some interesting stuff going on. I actually really liked one of the trash packs. I thought it had one of the best trash packs in the expansion. In the trash packs where you had like that summoning thing, so you had to like single target
everyone would
it.
fuck up and not single target.
It's true, but it was still really cool. Like it was a really
I
cool
did like
twist.
the concept.
Forcing people to remember you do have single target abilities. Yes, this is trash, but if you let this go, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah.
So I thought that was really cool. Losing dead ends to get this in the roulette was fucking awful.
Yeah.
Like
agreed.
trading my favorite dungeon of all for this just makes this look even worse. Like that was hard. I still do think it's not a bad dungeon, and I don't hate the mechanics on the first and the last fight as much as you do. So I'm putting this on a low B. Like it's right at the bottom of my B tier, below Holminster Switch and Hawk Manor Hard and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't hate it. And now let's hear about how Alora has rated this as an F.
You're gonna be a tiny bit surprised. It did barely scrape into a D.
Okay.
And it barely scraped into a D because I don't mind the first two bosses. The last boss can die in a fire.
The second boss was actually really good. I liked the second boss a lot. It was really
Yeah, the
easy.
second,
I
second
did
boss
like the
was
second
quite
boss.
good, but the third boss with the fucking spinning made me so motion sick. It was just awful.
Yeah. I put this one in like the middle of C, personally.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I've got it at the bottom of B, and you know, I'm not like super attached to that ranking. If we had to make a combined tier list instead of making our own individual ones, I would be happy to be overruled on that one.
Yeah. Same.
Like, I'm not defensive of it. I just don't dislike it as much.
I'm just trying to keep a more objective view of it than my soured perspective from how much I had to run it.
And how much it replaced dead ends.
Yeah.
I'll never forgive it for replacing dead ends in the roulette. For anyone watching who doesn't know how FF14 roulettes work, when you get into the post-patch content, so like the max level content, they always split the max level dungeons into two different groups that you can choose to queue for a random one of, and there's the standard and then there's the expert roulette. The expert roulette contains the last few dungeons that have just come out. When the expansion first came out, the expert roulette was Dead End, Smileton, and Stigma Dreamscape. When the patch came out with Alzadals in it, they took Dead Ends out of the roulette and replaced it with Alzadals, so we still only had a 3 dungeon roulette, I think.
Yep.
So we lost the best what in my opinion is the best dungeon in the game in exchange for this dungeon that was like meh. Yeah. Anyways, let's move on. Right, this is a perfect time for us to move on to this next dungeon because the actual music that is playing in my house right now is the Troya music, which is a fun coincidence because that's the next dungeon. Fell Court of Troya. I'll start on this one. I actually put this like right near the top of the A tier. This is a dungeon I would consider S tier, except that I think it's the first boss, isn't a boss. It's a trash pack.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing I will hold against this dungeon, is that I adore this dungeon other than that. The atmosphere is amazing. The music is probably my favorite music in a dungeon. maybe not quite. It's up there. It's either like my favorite or maybe the second favorite. This dungeon music. Uh, the fights are like the trash is fun. I actually really enjoyed the trash in this dungeon. There's some neat stuff that's done in like the last set of trash packs where like enemies come in late and stuff. But yeah, I have to knock it some marks because we only got 2 bosses.
Yeah, the graphics, like the atmosphere, were really great. The second 2, the actual
The
2
actual
bosses
were really
were
good.
good, but with the trash boss and then a couple hallways of just nothing to run through, kind of knocked it down a bit for me. So I ended up rating it a B.
Fair.
I cannot argue with anything that's been thrown out so far. It's solid, but it's not mind blowing.
If we had a third boss, it would have been mind-blowing for me.
Yeah,
It probably might have crept up into A if we'd had a third boss rather than a...
I think if it would have been if the third boss had been like a real boss and a decently designed boss, I think it would have been an S for me. Maybe not top of S, like it wouldn't have been like competing with like Thesis or Vanaspati, but it would have been like it would have been up an S for sure.
I give it in the top half of my A's.
It's fair.
Visually, it's really cool. I like some of the gear out of there pretty well.
Yes, it had some good
and
stuff.
the trash is some of the better trash in the expansion.
Yeah. Especially that one trash pack that lasted a little bit longer than the other trash. Oh wait, no, that's a boss. Okay. Next is Lapis Minalis, also known as, you know, the disappointment after Lunar Subterrane or after Felcourt.
Yeah.
Basically.
I've been fluctuating between like bottom of A and like mid and like upper end of B, not like at the top of, but like somewhere in there. I liked it. It just was such an atmospheric letdown after Troya, and the fights weren't super great. So like I think maybe I'll drop it down to B, honestly. I had it in A initially, but I think I'll put it in the B.
Yeah, I was just having that same debate, and I landed on B as well. It's again not bad, but none of the fights are
I'm not
incredibly
even sure I
exciting.
could remember what the fights are, except for that one of them is, what's his name? Cagnazzo.
It's
One of
got
them's
the
mammoth
it's got the
thing.
Yeti thing.
Yeah.
That does the smashes to either side and calls the other animals.
Right. Yeah.
What is the second boss? Why can't I have it? I like the Cagnazzo fight.
Yeah, the Cagnazzo fight was pretty good. Oh, the second boss was the doll.
That's right.
The sexy
yeah.
doll. Yeah.
I do actually like that fight. I
like the
best.
sexy doll fight. I would give it credit.
Cagnasty is pretty decent as a fight as well, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's just there's nothing
it's
super
fairly
special,
underwhelming.
and after such an atmospheric powerhouse in Troya, to go from Troya to that, it's like, oh, were you guys trying?
Yeah.
Because this doesn't feel like you were trying.
Agreed.
Yeah, I rated it a D. I kind of agree. It just kind of felt like a bit of a letdown. Like it was fine. It wasn't up to the standard of any of the other Endwalker dungeons. Like it's very loady. And I just felt like a bit of a letdown. Like
Hey,
the
it
dungeon
was up to the
fine.
standard of Elzadal's Legacy.
Oh, it was better than that.
It was slightly better than Elzadal's Legacy, but Elzadal's Legacy did have a mimic room, which is also one of the reasons it crept or clawed its way out of the F ranking. Was the mimic room.
It's true, the mimic room was pretty cool.
Exactly.
I also did really like the aesthetic of the final set of hallways in Ulsadals, just to go back to that a bit. When you're going
Yeah,
through the treasury
the
and where the
aesthetic
magic room is.
in also
That was pretty good.
is cool.
That was the one place where I was like, yeah, this looks pretty cool. Anyways, back to Lapis. Yeah, that's fair. I don't blame you for marking it down low. I have a hard time putting like anything from Endwalker on the same tier as things like Zamail Darkhold and Bravelocks, because like their dungeon design has on general gotten so much better that even their bad dungeons within the expansion feel on an entirely different level. But you know, depending on how you're comparing things, it changes.
I mean, I rated Bravelocks an F, so it's not actually on the same tier as Bravelocks for me.
Yeah, I was just looking at my D tier and thinking, like,
Yeah.
you know, when I compare them, it's like, yeah, I can't.
Just saying the solution to that is to bump Bravelocks down, not to bump Lapis Manalis up.
I mean, even like things in the C tier, though, like things like Sawmaul, I would say Lapis Manalis is better than Sawmaul, and better than Castrum Meridianum, and better than Castrum Abenia, which are my C tiers. Like, it's like, yeah, but it's all depends on how you compare things. So that's how I was looking at it. But yeah, anyone else have anything to say about Lapis Manalis, or are we all content that it's kind of the meh?
Yeah.
It's the meh.
Okay. So next is Aetherfont. And the first thing I want to say about Aetherfont is, who the fuck picked the music for this dungeon?
It is so inappropriate.
It
to
is
the mood
so
of the dungeon.
atmospherically out of sync with the dungeon. It makes no... Like, it's a beautiful piece of music, but holy shit, it should not be in that dungeon.
100% agreed. It sounds like the last stand in Shalian during the night.
It is.
Why?
It's the same music. Like,
okay, I didn't realize it was actually the same music.
I think it's a slight redux of the Charlian Night theme, but it is the Charlian Night theme. It's just a like remaster of it or a remix of it.
Yeah, it definitely gave me that vibes, but I never bothered to look up to see if it was, or to like go and compare or anything.
Yeah, it's just it's another version of that. Anyways, onto the dungeon itself. Anyone have anything to say?
Go ahead, Laura.
It's another D for me. I like the last boss, the Kraken. The rest of it's okay. It's fine. It's not great. The atmosphere doesn't fit.
Yeah, I've got it in the bottom of A
I don't
tier
particularly
for me.
care for it.
I've got it
It's
at the
really
bottom
pretty.
of A tier. I love
The fights are fun.
Yeah,
I like the
But-
penguins. That's the best part of it. But
it's true.
you
There
know,
are penguins.
even penguins can only earn so many points.
I'll let you finish
Yeah.
what you were saying, Lan, before I go into mine.
Oh, it's really pretty. The bosses are fun, but they're not particularly memorable. Yeah, I'm putting it just below Lapis Manalis B.
I've got it a
Not a
little
whole
above
lot to
Lapis
say about
Manalis
it.
for me. Lapis Manalis is kind of middle of B for me. Aetherfont I'm putting bottom of A. I think Aetherfont has some really good trash, and I think Aetherfont has some pretty good fights. Like, all of the bosses in Aetherfont are at least okay, and the final boss of Aetherfont is actually really good.
Yeah.
I do like Mr. Squid.
I think the biggest problem that I can say with Aetherfont is what I said at the start, that music just kills the mood. It just does not feel appropriate
Doesn't
at
have
all.
anything to
in
do
any
with
way.
the dungeon itself. Yeah.
Well, it's the Aetherfont is like another one of the Charlian Islands, so they chose the Charlian music to fill it. That's the connection. But yeah, it's a weird connection, and it doesn't belong, and it feels awkward. And I think that is the biggest thing that holds it back. Like, I feel like if that had a really good upbeat song in it, I feel like it would be a, it would be a solid A-tier dungeon, but as it is, it's just like barely scraping at the bottom of it. Because like as I said, it's very pretty. It's got penguins, as Alora said. Penguins are important. It's got a good trash pacing for the most part. Like the trash is not bad, and it's well broken up, and it doesn't feel badly scaled. The fights are fun. They're not like amazing. Like I don't feel the same way about Aetherfont's fights as I feel about like Amaroth's or Dead Ends or Vanisvadi's, but they're decently fun fights. And that final boss is a top tier final boss. Like it's really good. So like there's a lot of good about it, but like the atmosphere is so incongruent that it's just hard to really get into the flow of the dungeon.
Yeah, it sounds kind of silly, but like atmosphere is really important for like getting in the right mood for a dungeon.
100%.
At least in
Yeah.
my opinion.
Yeah, and that was such a big miss atmospherically. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's
It's
not like it's just a little bit wrong. It's way wrong.
And it just, I don't know, I guess part of the other thing that it suffers for me is just it doesn't feel right compared to a lot of the other Endwalker stuff.
Yeah, it does feel kind of out of place. Like Lapis Manalis and Aetherfont both kind of, they're a weird dip out of the story almost. They have relevance, but they don't really feel like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they feel more like, dungeons added on to meet their quota than things that really needed to be a dungeon.
Yeah, they had their story laid out and they were like, crap, we need a dungeon for every patch so that people can get gear. Where can we put a dungeon in this story?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, let's make the place where they're going to get the fuel a dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't feel like it's part of it. Shall we move on to our final dungeon?
Yes.
Yes.
We are there at the very last dungeon. The
Good,
Lunar
because I'm
Subterrane.
really tired.
Me too, it's gotten really late. Lunar Subterrane, I am putting in the S tier, kind of in the middle of the S tier. I love Lunar Subterrane a lot. I think there's some really, really fantastic, like, atmospheric things, both in terms of the early callback to the Lunar Subterrane in FF4, as well as, and possibly more so, the transition into the Memoria component, where you're in the memory section, acting in Golbez's place. I think it's really, really clever. I think it's really, and I think the fights are a lot of fun, even if some of them are a little weirdly difficult if you're not doing things perfectly.
Yeah, I agree there. It is a really solid dungeon, and it definitely feels better than the last two did. I am also comfortable putting that in the middle of my S tier.
Alora?
So, this is a B. It's a pretty high B, so you could probably, eventually talk me into moving it to A. It does have that heavy storytelling component again,
Yeah.
which has not yet, because we've only done it 2 or 3 times, that I feel like could very shortly get it that same kind of like little bit of drag for me that like Heroes Gauntlet, Vanis Party.
Yeah, there is
Has
that spot where you have
to
to pause around the crystal, and I could see for you that getting to be problematic.
Yeah, yeah. So it's high B, verging on low A. If you ask me again in 6 months, it might drop to like a low B or even a C. But like for now, like I feel pretty positively about it. Like
That final boss fight is
the
so
the
good.
graphics and the atmosphere is really good. The bosses have been, like they were fun to do. I don't dislike them. Like I like them quite a bit. It is also the newest and most exciting thing, so that might be inflating my ranking slightly.
That
But
is fair.
yeah, high B is kind of where I've ended up putting it. But could be persuaded into an A. Might drop a little bit over time. Yeah, I liked it. Like, yep, no specific complaints except for the storytelling note. So yeah.
And Lane?
Oh, I had already said.
Oh, you did already say it, right? Never mind.
Yeah, putting it in the middle of S.
Sorry, I'm getting
Solid.
tired too, and my brain is not remembering who I've asked and what.
No worries.
Okay. We have tier